Welcome, weary wanderer, to the fading embers of a dying world. Tonight, we journey to the very end of fire itself, to the ringed city at the world's edge where time collapses and kingdoms crumble to ash. This is a tale of gods and their lies, of humanity's true nature, and of those who would let the flame die or kindle it one final time. There's no need to grasp every detail. Let this story of twilight and endings wash over you, like the gentle fall of ash from a sky that has forgotten the Sunday. Close your eyes, and let's walk together through the ruins of eternity. In the beginning, before the very concepts of beginning and ending held any meaning, there existed a world that was not truly a world at all, but rather a state of being so fundamentally different from everything that would follow that mortal minds struggle to comprehend it even in the abstract. This was the Age of Ancients, though even that name is a misnomer applied by beings who came after, attempting to impose their understanding of time upon an era that existed outside time's flow entirely. The world in those primordial days was grey, not with the grey of ash or stone as we understand such things, but with a grey that represented the absence of distinction itself. There was no light to cast shadows, no heat to create cold by its absence, no life to define itself against death. Everything simply was, existing in a state of perfect, terrible stasis that stretched across eternity without change or variation. Great arch trees rose from bedrock that had never known the touch of decay, their branches spreading into a sky that held neither sun nor stars, nor any source of illumination beyond a dim, perpetual twilight. These trees were not alive in any sense that would later be understood, for life requires death to give it meaning. Growth requires decay to make space for new things, and change requires time to measure itself against. The arch trees simply existed as they had always existed, as they would always exist, monuments to the very concept of permanence. Upon these trees and the grey crags that rose between them lived the everlasting dragons, beings of stone and scale who embodied the same eternal stasis that characterized their world. They were not creatures in the way that term would later be understood, for creatures are born and creatures die, creatures hunger and creatures fear. The dragons knew none of these things. They were immortal, not through any magic or blessing, but simply because the concept of mortality had not yet been introduced to existence. The dragons did not rule this grey world, for rule implies subjects and hierarchy and all the complexities that come with life and desire and conflict. They simply were as much a part of the unchanging landscape as the arch trees and the stone, neither benevolent nor cruel, neither wise nor foolish, existing in a state of being that transcended all such distinctions. Below the dragons and their trees, in the depths and hollows of the grey realm, there existed other beings, though calling them beings at all stretches the meaning of that word nearly to breaking. These were the hollows, creatures that possessed something approaching form but lacked any spark of purpose or identity or self. They shambled through the grey with no destination in mind, performed actions without intent, existed without truly living. The hollows were not suffering, for suffering requires the capacity to desire something better than what one has. They were not even truly empty, for emptiness implies something that should be filled. They simply were incomplete in some fundamental way, lacking something that would only gain definition once it was discovered and introduced to the world. They were humanity before humanity knew itself, existence without essence, form without function. This was the state of all things before the first flame appeared, and it is impossible to say how long this state persisted, because duration has no meaning in a realm without change. It might have been forever, Or it might have been no time at all, for without the flame to introduce the concept of distinction, such questions have no answers. And then, from somewhere that cannot be mapped, and for reasons that cannot be explained, the first flame came into being. Not created, not summoned, not born, it simply appeared. A fundamental rupture in the eternal grey, an event so profound that it retroactively created the very framework of before and after that allows us to speak of it at all. The first flame was not merely fire as we understand it, not simply heat and light and the chemical process of combustion. It was the very concept of disparity made manifest, the introduction of difference into a realm of sameness. Where there had been only grey, the flame brought forth the ideas of light and dark, of heat and cold, of life and death. These were not merely opposites, but fundamental categories of existence that had no meaning before the flame gave them definition. With the flame came souls, those curious phenomena that represented concentrated disparity, packets of difference that could be possessed and lost and transferred between beings. Souls were power, but more than that, they were identity, the spark that transformed empty hollows into beings capable of purpose and desire, and the terrible burden of self-awareness. In the flames, 4 beings discovered souls of such magnificence and power that they transcended their hollow origins completely, becoming something that the world had never before contained. These were the Lords, the first beings to truly deserve that name, who would shape everything that followed according to their natures and their fears. The first of these Lords was Gwyn, who found within the flame a soul of such radiant brightness that it seemed to embody the very concept of light itself. Gwyn's Lord's soul burned with a golden brilliance that drove back the grey and cast everything it touched into sharp relief, creating shadows where there had been none, and in doing so introducing the world to the idea of revelation and concealment, of things seen and things hidden. From Gwyn's light came lightning, that most terrible and beautiful of natural phenomena, power that could split stone and incinerate flesh, force that moved with such speed it seemed to exist in multiple places simultaneously. This was Gwyn's gift and his weapon, the manifestation of his soul's nature as something that destroyed through pure, overwhelming radiance. The second Lord was the Witch of Izalith, who found within the flame a soul that pulsed with the essence of life itself, the force that drives things to grow and change and perpetuate themselves across generations. Her soul was warm where Gwyn's was brilliant, nurturing where his was revealing, concerned with creation rather than illumination. From the witch's soul came the understanding of flame as a creative force, fire that could be shaped and directed and used to transform raw matter into tools and weapons and all the implements of civilization. She understood intuitively what the flame represented at its deepest level, not merely light or heat, but the principle of change itself, the force that made growth and decay and all transformation possible. The third Lord was Gravelord Nito, the first of the dead, who claimed from the flame a soul that embodied the very concept of mortality that the flame had introduced to the world. Where there had been only eternal existence, Nito's soul brought the possibility of endings, the idea that things could cease to be, that existence was not an absolute state, but rather something that could be granted and revoked. Nito's power was death in all its forms, not merely the cessation of life, but decay and corruption and the return of complex things to simpler components. His was the force that made room for new growth by clearing away the old, the principle of entropy that stands in creative tension with the witch's life-giving warmth. Where her flame built up, his power broke down, and together they formed the cycle that would define all existence going forward. But there was a fourth Lord's soul, one whose significance would not become clear until much later, whose possessor was so unremarkable that even the ancient texts struggle to remember the details of who or what they were. This was the furtive pygmy, so easily forgotten, who found within the flame not light or life or death, but something altogether different and perhaps more fundamental. The pygmy's soul was dark where Gwyn's was bright, still where the witch's was changing, preserving where Nito's was destructive. It was called the Dark Soul, and in time it would be revealed as something precious beyond measure, something that would shape the destiny of the entire world in ways that even the other lords could not anticipate or control. But the pygmy did something curious with this dark soul, something that none of the other lords considered doing with their magnificent finds. Rather than hoarding the power for themselves, growing strong and mighty and singular, the pygmy divided the dark soul into countless fragments and shared them among the hollows who had not been blessed with the discovery of Lord souls in the flame. These fragments of darkness, these tiny pieces of the pygmy's great soul, became the essence of humanity itself. Every human carried within them a small portion of that original dark soul, a connection to something that predated the age of fire and would persist long after the fire's light had faded. This was humanity's birthright, their fundamental nature, though they would not understand this truth for ages to come. With their lord souls burning within them, the four lords looked upon the world and saw for the first time that it was capable of being changed, that the eternal grey stasis of the Age of Ancients was not inevitable, but rather something that could be challenged and overcome. And above all else, they looked upon the everlasting dragons and understood that these beings of stone and permanence represented everything that the flame had come to oppose. The dragons were immortal, and the lords had discovered mortality. The dragons were unchanging, and the lords embodied transformation. The dragons represented the old order of eternal grey stasis, and the lords represented the new possibility of light and dark, life and death, heat and cold, and all the other disparities that made existence interesting and terrible in equal measure. War became inevitable, not because the dragons threatened the lords, or because the lords coveted anything the dragons possessed, but because the two states of being could not coexist in the same world. The Age of Ancients and the Age of Fire were fundamentally incompatible visions of reality, and one would need to surrender to the other. Gwyn gathered his knights around him, warriors who shared in his lightning's power, and prepared to make war upon beings who had never known war, who had never known conflict of any kind, who had existed in perfect peace for all of eternity, simply because peace and conflict had been meaningless distinctions in the world they inhabited. The Witch of Izalith shaped her flames into weapons of terrible potency, fire that could melt even the stone scales of the dragons, heat so intense that it could overcome even the everlasting nature that had defined the ancient ones since before the concept of definition existed. Gravelord Nito brought with him the power of death and disease, forces that had no meaning to beings who had never known anything but eternal existence. The miasma he wielded was perhaps the most terrible weapon of all, for it introduced the dragons to concepts their nature should have made impossible to comprehend: the idea of ending, of corruption, of existence failing and falling apart. But the lords possessed one more advantage, one that would prove more decisive than all their mighty powers combined. Among the dragons themselves, there existed one who was different from his fellows, one who had been born without the stone scales that granted the everlasting dragons their immortality. This was Seath the Scaleless, and his difference had given him something that his fellow dragons lacked entirely: the capacity for jealousy, for resentment, for the desire to be other than what he was. Seath betrayed his own kind, revealing to the lords the truth about the stone scales that granted immortality, explaining how they could be overcome and destroyed. His treachery came not from any love of the lords or belief in their cause, but from simple spite, From the wounded pride of one who had been born incomplete and wished to see his perfect brethren brought low to his own level, with Seath's knowledge guiding them, the lords made war upon the dragons. And the war was terrible beyond description, even though description is all that remains to us now. Lightning split the grey sky and struck the ancient stone with force that shattered even eternal materials. Flames swept across the arch trees, consuming wood that had never known the touch of decay, introducing these immortal growths to the concept of burning. Death itself walked among beings who had never imagined they could cease to be, bringing to them the first and final lesson of mortality. The dragons fell, not easily and not quickly, but inevitably, for they were fighting against the very principle of change itself. And change cannot be defeated by beings who embody stasis. Their scales cracked under the assault of forces they had no framework for understanding. Their immortal flesh learned what it meant to be wounded, to fail, to fall. Their eternal existence discovered the bitter taste of ending. When the war finally concluded, when the last of the great dragons had been struck down or driven into hiding, the world stood transformed in ways that went beyond the mere removal of its previous dominant species. The grey had been burned away, replaced by a landscape of light and shadow, of warm places and cold places, of regions that teemed with new life and others that knew only the stillness of death. The Age of Fire had truly begun, and with it came everything that would define existence for all the ages to follow. Kingdoms rose, where there had been only empty grey. Beings discovered purpose and identity, where once they had been hollow shells shambling without direction. The world became a place of beauty and terror, of joy and suffering, of meaning both grand and terrible. Gwyn claimed his victory and established his kingdom, Anor Londo, a city of golden light that seemed to embody the triumph of fire over grey, of distinction over sameness, of the new age over the old. He became Lord of Sunlight, and his children and knights spread his influence across all the corners of the transformed world. His was the light that would guide civilization, the fire that would warm the countless beings who now possessed the terrible gift of self-awareness. The Witch of Izalith settled in her own domain, surrounding herself with those who understood and could shape the flames as she did. Her daughters learned the art of fire magic, and together they explored the possibilities that transformation and change had brought to a world that had known neither. Nito descended into the depths, into the tomb of the giants, there to oversee the great cycle of death and rebirth that he had introduced to existence. His was a necessary power, for without death to clear away the old, the world would eventually become choked with life that had nowhere to grow, existence that had lost all room for novelty or change. And the furtive pygmy disappeared from the grand narratives almost immediately, taking their dark soul and its divided fragments into obscurity, easily forgotten by those who had claimed the more obvious forms of power. Where the pygmy went and what they did with their peculiar soul would remain a mystery for ages, though the consequences of their choice to divide and share that darkness would shape everything that followed. The lords had won their war and established their age, and for a time, perhaps a long time, by any reasonable measure, the Age of Fire flourished in ways that justified all the violence and transformation that had brought it into being. But there was a problem, a fundamental flaw in the new order that none of the lords had anticipated or prepared for. A truth so terrible that when it was finally discovered, it would drive the mightiest of them to acts of desperation that would curse the world for all time. The first flame, that source of all disparity and distinction, that wellspring from which the lords had drawn their power and their purpose, was not eternal. It could not be eternal, for the very nature of fire is to consume, and what is consumed must eventually be exhausted, The flame that had brought change and transformation to a world of grey stasis was itself subject to the principle of change it had introduced. The flame was fading, slowly but inevitably burning through whatever fuel sustained it, diminishing with each passing age like a candle melting down toward its base. And as the flame faded, the distinctions it had created began to blur and soften. The light grew dimmer, the shadows deeper, the warmth less intense, the changes less dramatic. The world, having been transformed so completely by the flame's arrival, began to revert towards something that resembled the grey stasis from which it had been elevated. Gwyn discovered this truth before the others, for his soul was most closely tied to the flame's light, and he could feel it weakening within himself, like a sun slowly setting toward an inevitable night. The discovery filled him with a fear that transcended anything he had felt, even in the war against the dragons, for this was not an enemy that could be fought with lightning or courage or clever strategy. The fading of the flame meant the end of the Age of Fire, the coming of an Age of Dark that would belong not to the lords who had claimed their power from the fire's light, but to those who possessed fragments of the dark soul to humanity, those beings whom the pygmy had blessed with darkness that would outlast the flame. Gwyn looked upon this approaching age and saw in it only oblivion, the loss of everything he had built and fought for, the dimming of the light that had defined his entire existence. He could not conceive that an Age of Dark might be something other than terrible, could not imagine that the dark, which he had always understood only in relation to his own light, might possess its own beauty and possibility. In his fear, Gwyn made a choice that would echo through all the ages to follow, a decision so momentous and so terrible in its consequences that it would come to define everything about the world's relationship with fire and dark, with gods and men, with choice and destiny. Rather than allow the flame to fade naturally and see what age might follow, he chose to perpetuate the Age of Fire by any means necessary. The means he discovered was sacrifice of the most profound kind. A being could offer themselves to the first flame, feeding it with their own soul's power, using their essence as fuel to stoke fires that had begun to gutter. The stronger the soul, the longer the flame would burn bright again, prolonging the age of light and distinction for another span of time. Gwyn gathered what remained of his lord's soul and his power, said whatever farewells he felt were necessary to those he was leaving behind, and journeyed to the kiln of the first flame, that place where fire and distinction had first entered the world. There, in that sacred and terrible place, he offered himself to the flames completely, his soul ignited like kindling, his essence burning to fuel the fire that had granted him power in the first place. His magnificent Lord Soul, that fragment of pure light that he had discovered in the flame so long ago, was consumed completely, returning to the source from which it had come. Gwyn, Lord of Sunlight, who had made war on dragons and established the Age of Fire itself, became nothing more than fuel. His identity and power sacrificed to extend an age that had always been meant to end. The linking of the fire was successful in its immediate purpose. The first flame blazed bright once more, pushing back the encroaching darkness and extending the Age of Fire for another cycle. But this solution carried within it consequences that Gwyn either did not foresee or considered acceptable prices for the preservation of his age. The flame could be linked again when it faded once more, and indeed it would need to be linked again, for Gwyn's sacrifice had not solved the fundamental problem but merely postponed it. The fire would fade, and fade again, and fade again across unknown ages, each time requiring new fuel, new souls willing or unwilling to cast themselves into the flames to preserve an age that grew more exhausted with each rekindling. More terrible still was the curse that emerged from Gwyn's decision. A curse that would define the existence of humanity for all the ages of fire that followed. When Gwyn linked the flame with his Lord's soul of light, he bound the fire to his nature and to those like him, creating a fundamental antagonism between the flame and the dark that humanity carried within them. The curse of undeath was born, manifesting as a dark sign upon the flesh of humans, a mark that indicated their connection to the dark soul, to humanity itself, had become twisted and corrupted by the fire's rejection of darkness. Those bearing the curse could not die properly, could not find rest in Nito's cycle of death and rebirth, but instead would rise again and again, each time losing a bit more of themselves. With each death, the cursed undead would lose some portion of the humanity within them, those fragments of the dark soul gradually slipping away until only an empty shell remained a hollow, like the beings that had existed before the flame granted purpose and identity to the world. The curse ensured that humanity would struggle and suffer throughout the Age of Fire, that the dark within them would be at war with the light that Gwyn had tried to make eternal. Thus began the cycle that would define all of existence going forward, a pattern that would repeat across ages beyond counting. The fire would fade, growing weak and dim, its light unable to sustain the distinctions that made the world comprehensible. The world would begin its slide toward darkness and the blurring of all boundaries. Some being of sufficient soul strength would be chosen or would choose themselves to link the fire, sacrificing their essence to fuel the flames once more. The age would continue, fire would burn bright, and the cycle would begin again. Each linking bought time but solved nothing, for the fundamental truth remained unchanged. The first flame was burning out, slowly consuming whatever essential nature sustained it, and no amount of additional fuel could change the fact that all fires eventually die. The age that Gwyn had fought so hard to preserve, that he had ultimately sacrificed himself to extend, was built on a foundation of desperate denial, a refusal to accept that endings are as natural and necessary as beginnings. The world that Link would eventually awaken to, that the Ashen One would traverse in search of Lords of Cinder who no longer wished to fulfill their duty, was one shaped entirely by Gwyn's choice and the cycle it had created. Everything the curse of undeath, the kingdoms that rose and fell across ages of fire, the suffering of humanity, and the desperation of the gods, all of it flowed from that moment when the Lord of Sunlight decided that darkness was something to be feared rather than accepted, that the flame must burn forever, regardless of the cost. The first flame had brought disparity to a grey world, had introduced distinction and difference where none had existed before. But Gwyn's linking had transformed that gift into a curse, turning the natural cycle of fire and dark into a desperate struggle to prevent the inevitable, to hold back the tide of darkness that grew stronger each time the flame was forced to burn against its nature. And so the world turned, cycling through ages of brightness and fading, of kingdoms razed and ruined, of lords who burned themselves to preserve an age that grew more tired with each repetition. The fire that had once represented liberation from grey stasis became itself a kind of prison, a cage built from light and fear, and the inability to let go of what was always meant to end. Among the 4 Lord souls that were discovered in the first flame when disparity first came to the grey world, 3 captured the attention of history and legend with their obvious magnificence and terrible power. Gwyn's soul blazed with light that could illuminate kingdoms and forge lightning from pure radiance. The Witch of Izalith commanded flames that could birth life and transform the very substance of reality. Nito wielded death itself, the power to end what had been everlasting, and introduced decay to a world that had known only stasis. But the 4th soul, the one claimed by the furtive pygmy, was different in ways that made it easy to overlook, simple to dismiss, as the least of the great discoveries, the smallest prize in a lottery of cosmic significance. Where the other souls burned bright and proclaimed their power through obvious displays of force and transformation, the dark soul was quiet, subtle, easily forgotten by those who measured worth through the lens of immediate and visible might. The pygmy who found this soul was themselves unremarkable in the ways that history tends to measure such things. They did not lead armies or found kingdoms, or reshape the world through grand acts of will and violence. Their name has been lost to time, or perhaps was never recorded in the first place. For those who write, histories tend to focus on the lords who burned brightest, rather than those who carried darkness, in forms too quiet to demand attention. Yet, this easily forgotten soul would prove to be perhaps the most significant of all the Lord's souls, not despite its darkness, but because of it. For while Gwyn's light and the witch's life and Nito's death were all expressions of the flame's power, the dark soul represented something else entirely, something that had existed before the flame and would persist long after the flame's light had guttered and died. The dark soul was not absence or void or the mere negation of light, though those who feared it would spend ages trying to characterize it in such diminished terms. It was a substance and power in its own right, as fundamental to existence as any of the other Lord souls. Perhaps more fundamental, because it did not depend on the flame for its existence or its strength, where Gwyn's light revealed and illuminated, casting everything into sharp relief and creating the shadows that defined the boundaries between one thing and another. The dark soul preserved and contained, holding things within itself without the need to display or proclaim them, where the witch's flames transformed and changed, always burning and consuming and creating something new from what had been before. The dark soul maintained and endured, content to remain what it was across the passage of ages. The pygmy understood something about this darkness that the other lords either could not grasp or chose to ignore in their pursuit of more obvious forms of power. The dark soul was not meant to be hoarded by a single being, growing mighty and singular like Gwyn in his sunlight or Nito in his tomb. Its nature was to be shared, divided, distributed among many, rather than concentrated in one. And so the furtive pygmy did something that must have seemed incomprehensible to the other lords, something that went against every instinct that power tends to inspire in those who possess it. They took their lord's soul, that fragment of primal darkness that rivaled the might of lightning and life and death, and broke it into countless pieces, each piece small but precious, each fragment carrying within it a portion of the original whole. These shards of the dark soul were given to the hollows, those empty beings who had shambled through the grey world without purpose or identity, who had witnessed the coming of the flame and the rise of the lords, but had not themselves been transformed by the discovery of Lord souls. To each hollow, the pygmy gave a fragment of darkness, and in doing so, created humanity itself. This was the birth of mankind as a distinct form of existence, separate from both the hollows that had preceded them and the lords who had claimed the flame's brightest powers. Every human carried within them a small piece of the dark soul, a connection to that primal darkness that was their birthright and their nature. This darkness was their humanity, in the most literal sense, the substance that made them human rather than hollow, the essence that gave them identity and purpose, and the capacity for all the complex experiences that would define their existence. The humanity that burned within each person was not the same as the souls they would accumulate through living and acting in the world. Souls were currency and power, things that could be gathered and spent and transferred between beings. But humanity was something more fundamental, the core essence that defined what a person was at their deepest level. To lose one's souls was to become weaker, but to lose one's humanity was to cease being human at all, to revert to the hollow state from which the pygmy's gift had elevated them. This difference between humanity and souls would become crucial in understanding everything that followed, for it meant that humans were fundamentally different from the gods and lords who ruled the Age of Fire. The gods drew their power from the flame's light, from souls that blazed with radiance and heat. Humanity drew its essence from darkness, from the quiet fragments of the dark soul that asked nothing of the flame and needed nothing from its light to persist. In this distinction lay both humanity's weakness and its potential strength. Humans could not command lightning like Gwyn's knights, or shape flames like the witch's daughters, or wield death like Nito's servants. Their power was subtler, harder to measure, less immediately impressive in displays of force and transformation. But they possessed something that the gods did not, an essence that was not dependent on the flame for its existence, a nature that would grow stronger rather than weaker as the Age of Fire faded toward its inevitable conclusion. Gwyn, in his wisdom and his fear, understood this truth about humanity before most others did. He saw in the dark soul and its fragments a threat to the age he had worked so hard to establish, a power that would outlast his light and potentially claim dominion over the world when the flame finally died. The very existence of humanity represented a challenge to the eternal Age of Fire he dreamed of creating, for their darkness would flourish in the age that he feared most. It was this understanding, this recognition of humanity's true nature and potential, that would drive so many of Gwyn's decisions in the twilight of his reign. If humans were bearers of darkness that would threaten the Age of Fire, then they needed to be controlled, bound, prevented from realizing their full potential. The dark within them needed to be sealed and suppressed, marked and contained, so that it could never rise to claim the world that Gwyn believed belonged to the light. The solution he devised was elegant in its deviousness and terrible in its consequences. If he could not eliminate humanity's darkness entirely, he could at least bind it, seal it behind walls, both physical and metaphysical, ensure that the fragments of the dark soul remained scattered and weak rather than unified and strong. He would create a prison for humanity's birthright, a cage built from light and lies that would convince even humans themselves that their own nature was something to be feared and suppressed. This plan required a place, a location far from the centers of power where Gwyn's light burned brightest, somewhere at the very edge of the world where things could be hidden and forgotten. It required walls to contain what he feared, and seals to ensure those walls could never be breached from within. And most crucially, it required the cooperation of those who carried the dark soul within them. For no prison is more secure than one whose inmates have been convinced they deserve their captivity. The answer to all these requirements took the form of a gift, or at least something that was presented as a gift, offered with all the ceremony and apparent generosity that a lord might show to valued subjects. Gwyn approached the pygmy lords, those descendants or successors of the original furtive pygmy who had inherited the largest fragments of the divided dark soul, and offered them something that seemed beyond price. He would give them a city of their own, he declared, a place where humanity could gather and flourish, where they would be safe from the chaos and conflict that characterized the wider world. This city would be at the very edge of existence itself, a realm that stood between the world of fire and whatever lay beyond, a place of singular beauty and significance that would honor the pygmy lords and their people for all time. The ringed city, as it came to be known, was indeed magnificent in its construction. Gwyn spared no expense in its creation, employing the finest architects and builders, using materials that would endure for ages beyond counting. The city rose at the world's edge like a crown of stone and precious metal, its towers reaching toward a sky that seemed different here than anywhere else. Its streets laid out in patterns that suggested both great planning and deeper symbolic meaning. The walls that surrounded the city were massive beyond anything that military necessity could justify. Great barriers of stone and divine power that seemed designed to withstand sieges by armies that did not exist. These walls did not merely encircle the city, but defined it. Creating a boundary between the ringed city and everything beyond that was as much metaphysical as physical. To the pygmy lords and the humans who followed them to this new home, the walls must have seemed like protection, a generous lord's effort to keep his valued subjects safe from external threats. The height and thickness of the barriers, the strength of their construction, the obvious care that had gone into making them impregnable, all of this could be read as evidence of Gwyn's concern for humanity's well-being. But walls that keep threats out can also keep prisoners in. And the true purpose of the ringed city's mighty barriers became clear only in retrospect, only after generations had passed, and the nature of Gwyn's gift was fully revealed. The city was not a home but a prison, not a blessing but a cage, and the walls that seemed to protect humanity were actually designed to contain them, to ensure that the dark soul's fragments could never reunite or spread beyond this isolated realm at existence's edge. More insidious still was the seal that Gwyn placed upon the darkness itself, a binding of such cleverness that those who bore it might not even realize they were enchained. The ringed knights, those warriors who served the pygmy lords as champions and defenders, were given armor of surpassing beauty and craftsmanship. Each suit was a masterwork, fitted perfectly to its wearer, decorated with symbols that honored their status as humanity's protectors. But hidden within the metal, woven into the very substance of the armor through means that combined craft and sorcery in equal measure, was a seal of fire that bound the darkness within each knight. The armor did not merely cover their bodies but contained their true nature, preventing the dark soul fragments they carried from manifesting their full power, keeping humanity's essence locked away behind barriers of light-forged metal. The ringed knights wore their prison without knowing it was a prison, fought to defend a city that was itself a cage, served pygmy lords, who had been elevated to rulership over a people who had lost their birthright without ever realizing it had been taken from them. They were humanity's champions, rendered unable to champion humanity's true nature, warriors whose strength had been deliberately capped to ensure they could never threaten the age of fire that Gwyn was so desperate to preserve. But the most elegant and terrible aspect of Gwyn's plan was not the city or the walls or even the sealed armor. It was Filianor, his own daughter, the youngest of Gwyn's divine children, who would serve as the final seal upon humanity's darkness and the ultimate symbol of his supposed covenant with the pygmy lords. Filianor was given to the ringed city as a bride, a hostage, a symbol of trust between the Lord of Sunlight and the bearers of the Dark Soul. Her presence in the city was presented as proof of Gwyn's sincerity, evidence that he truly meant to honor humanity and forge lasting bonds between gods and men. What lord would give his own daughter to a people he did not trust, to a place he did not value? The young goddess was placed in an eternal slumber, sleeping within a church built specifically to house her, and the great egg she clutched even in her dreams. Her sleep was not natural rest but a magical stasis, a state of being that existed outside the normal flow of time, ensuring that she would remain unchanged across ages that would see kingdoms rise and fall, that would outlast the memories of why she slept, or what purpose her slumber served. Filianora's sleep was the seal upon the seal, the final lock upon humanity's cage. As long as she dreamed her endless dream, clutching her egg in the church at the ringed city's heart, the walls would hold, and the darkness would remain contained. Her slumber was the linchpin of Gwyn's entire strategy for controlling humanity and preventing the Age of Dark that he feared so desperately. But the true cruelty of this arrangement was not merely that Filianor was imprisoned in eternal sleep, though that alone was burden enough for any being to bear. The deeper tragedy was that she became a living symbol of a lie, physical evidence of a covenant that had been false from the beginning, proof of trust that had never truly existed. Her sacrifice served not to bind gods and men in mutual respect, but to shackle humanity to a fate they had never agreed to seal away their birthright in a prison disguised as a gift. The ringed city stood complete at the world's edge, a monument to Gwyn's fear and his willingness to imprison an entire people to prevent the future he could not accept. It was beautiful and terrible in equal measure, a cage gilded so thoroughly that its bars were almost invisible, a prison whose inmates had been convinced they were privileged residents rather than captives. Yet for all of Gwyn's careful planning, for all the elegance of his prison and the subtlety of his seals, there remained a fundamental problem that even a god could not completely solve. The darkness within humanity was not an infection that could be cut out or a curse that could be lifted. It was their essential nature, the substance of what made them human rather than hollow. To seal it away completely would be to destroy humanity itself. And even Gwyn, in his fear and desperation, could not quite bring himself to commit genocide against beings who had done nothing wrong beyond carrying within them a birthright that threatened his age. The seal could contain but not eliminate, could suppress but not destroy. The dark soul remained, hidden behind walls and armor and divine sleep, waiting with the patience that darkness has always possessed, enduring as it has always endured. And in that persistence lay the seeds of everything that would follow, the promise that eventually, inevitably, the seals would weaken and the truth would be revealed. But before we speak of that revelation, we must understand what became of the darkness when it was not sealed away, when it was allowed to manifest without Gwyn's controlling influence. For not all of humanity dwelt in the ringed city. Not all fragments of the dark soul were contained behind those mighty walls. Throughout the world, in kingdoms near and far, humans lived and died, and struggled with the darkness within them, often without understanding what it truly was or what it represented. The most tragic manifestations of uncontrolled darkness came to be known collectively as the Abyss, though that single name concealed many different phenomena, many distinct expressions of humanity's essence twisted by fear and pain, and the corruption that comes from suppressing rather than accepting one's true nature. The abyss was not the natural state of the dark soul, but rather what happened when darkness was damaged, when humanity was broken and scattered by violence or grief, or the terrible weight of the curse that Gwyn's linking had placed upon them. In the ancient kingdom of Ula-Sil, a peaceful realm of magic and scholarship, where humans had learned to shape sorceries that drew not on the flame's power but on the very substance of souls themselves, the abyss came in a form that would be remembered as one of history's great cautionary tales. The people of Ula-Sil, in their innocence and their curiosity, disturbed something that should have been left alone, awakening a being whose humanity had been shattered across ages of suffering. This was Manus, called the Father of the Abyss, though that title speaks more to his effect than his intent. Manus had once been human, a bearer of the dark soul's fragments like any other, but some terrible trauma had fragmented his humanity, breaking the darkness within him into pieces that could not cohere into anything resembling a whole person. What remained was rage and pain, and a desperate, grasping need to reclaim what had been lost, all magnified to cosmic proportions by the tremendous power of his original humanity. When Manus was disturbed from his rest, pulled from whatever grave or prison had held him, through methods that remain unclear, but certainly involved the well-meaning ignorance of Ulasil's scholars, his broken darkness spilled out, like a wound that could not be closed. The abyss that emerged from his awakening was wild and violent, a force of pure destruction that consumed everything it touched, transforming the peaceful kingdom of Ulasil into a nightmarish realm where humanity's darkness ran rampant without control or purpose. The abyss of Ulasil was not evil in any moral sense, for evil requires intent and choice, requires the capacity to know better and choose worse. Manus was not choosing to destroy any more than a wounded animal chooses to lash out at those who try to help it. He was simply broken, his humanity shattered into fragments that could express themselves only through violence and suffering, the dark soul torn into pieces that sought desperately to reunite but lacked any framework for doing so gently. The tragedy of Ulasil sent shockwaves through the kingdoms of men and gods alike, for it seemed to confirm every fear that Gwyn had ever expressed about humanity's darkness. Here was proof, undeniable and terrible, that the dark soul uncontrolled could bring ruin to entire realms, that humanity's essential nature was something that needed to be contained and suppressed for the safety of all. The disaster became a cornerstone of propaganda about the darkness, evidence cited across ages whenever anyone questioned whether humanity's birthright might be something other than a curse. But those who understood the abyss more deeply, who looked past the immediate horror to the underlying causes, might have recognized a different lesson entirely. Manus was not dangerous because of his darkness, but because his darkness had been broken. Not because humanity was inherently destructive, but because humanity, when damaged and fragmented and denied its nature, would inevitably lash out in pain and confusion. The abyss at Ulasil was not the dark soul in its natural state, but rather the consequence of trying to suppress and seal and control what should have been accepted and integrated. It was proof not that darkness needed to be feared, but that fear and suppression create the very horrors they claim to prevent. A similar tragedy unfolded in New Londo, the ancient city that had stood as one of humanity's greatest achievements, a place where humans had built something magnificent through their own efforts without the guidance or interference of gods. The city was a marvel of architecture and engineering, its streets and buildings arranged in ways that suggested both practical purpose and aesthetic beauty, a testament to what humanity could accomplish when given the freedom to build according to their own nature. But New Londo fell to the abyss as well, consumed by darkness that erupted from below and transformed the proud city into a realm of ghosts and flooded ruins. The exact circumstances of New Londo's fall remain shrouded in mystery and conflicting accounts, but the results were undeniable. The city that had represented humanity's potential became instead another cautionary tale about the dangers of darkness uncontrolled. In desperation, those who held power over New Londo made a decision of such calculated cruelty that it staggers the moral imagination. Rather than allow the abyss to spread beyond the city's boundaries, rather than risk the corruption reaching other realms and kingdoms, they chose to sacrifice New Londo entirely. The city was flooded deliberately, its streets and buildings filled with water that would seal the abyss below and prevent its spread, and every living person still trapped within those walls was drowned to ensure the darkness died with them. Thousands died in this act of calculated genocide, their lives deemed acceptable losses in the effort to contain humanity's darkness. The decision was made by those who claimed to be protecting the greater good, who argued that the sacrifice of New Londo's population was necessary to prevent a greater catastrophe. But the choice revealed something profound about how humanity's own leaders had internalized Gwyn's propaganda about the darkness, how thoroughly they had learned to fear their own nature. The flooding of New Londo was not merely an act of desperate containment, but a symbolic statement about how humanity had learned to see itself. Rather than try to understand the abyss or heal what had been broken, rather than seek solutions that honored human life and human nature, those in power chose destruction and suppression, chose to drown their own people, rather than confront the darkness within them. Yet for all the tragedy of Ulasil and New Londo, for all the horror of the abyss uncontrolled, these disasters represented not the true nature of the dark soul, but rather its corruption, not what humanity's darkness was meant to be, but what it became when twisted by fear and fragmentation. The abyss was to the dark soul what disease is to the body, not an expression of natural function, but a sign of damage and dysfunction, not something to be celebrated, but also not evidence that the underlying nature is inherently wrong. The difference between the dark soul in its natural state and the abyss in its corrupted form was crucial, though it was a distinction that those who feared darkness often refused to acknowledge. The dark soul, as the furtive pygmy had divided it, as humanity carried it within them in its uncorrupted state, was not wild or violent or destructive. It was simply dark, quiet, preserving, enduring, different from the light, but not opposed to it, except in the sense that night follows day and day follows night in the eternal cycle of natural change. But when that darkness was suppressed, when it was sealed away and marked as something shameful, when humans were taught to fear the very essence that made them human, then it could become twisted into something that resembled the abyss. Not because darkness was inherently prone to corruption, but because anything that is denied and suppressed will eventually express itself in unhealthy ways, will eventually break free in forms that justify the fears that led to its imprisonment in the first place. This vicious cycle, fear leading to suppression, suppression leading to corruption, corruption justifying fear, became one of the defining patterns of the Age of Fire, a self-fulfilling prophecy that ensured humanity would never be free to explore what their darkness might truly be if allowed to exist without shame or chains. Yet, there were those who tried to resist this pattern, who saw in humanity's darkness something other than a threat to be contained. Knight Artorius of Gwyn's own knights became legendary for his willingness to face the abyss directly, to descend into its depths, not to destroy darkness, but to understand it, perhaps even to find ways to coexist with it. Artorius was said to possess the ability to walk in the abyss without being consumed by it, a power that suggested the possibility of engaging with humanity's darkness without either suppressing it or being destroyed by it. His great shield was blessed with power specifically designed to resist the abyss, not through rejection, but through some form of accommodation, a way of maintaining oneself while still acknowledging the darkness. When Ulasil fell and Manus emerged in his broken fury, Artorius descended into the abyss to face the Father of Darkness directly. The knight's mission was unclear, perhaps to destroy Manus, perhaps to seal the abyss, perhaps to find some other solution that history has forgotten. But whatever his intent, the result was tragedy of a particularly bitter kind. Artorius was consumed by the very abyss he sought to resist. His arm broken and his shield lost. His ability to walk in darkness, overcome by darkness, too wild and wounded to be navigated safely. Yet, even in his corruption, even as the abyss twisted him into something monstrous, Artorius retained enough of his noble nature to perform one final act of sacrifice. He used the last of his strength to protect his companion Sif, sealing the young wolf behind a magical barrier that would keep the abyss from consuming them both. The corrupted Artorias who emerged from this encounter, the being who would eventually need to be put down like a mad dog, was not the true night, but rather a hollow mockery, darkness without the light that had defined his character, humanity's potential twisted into horror. Yet, his sacrifice for Sif suggested that even in corruption, even when the abyss had claimed him, some essence of who he had been persisted. The legends that grew around Artorias after his fall were complex and often contradictory. He was remembered as the knight who walked in the abyss, as the hero who faced Manus, as the great warrior who was tragically consumed by the very darkness he fought. But the truth that people seemed reluctant to acknowledge was that Artorias had not failed because he tried to engage with darkness, but because the darkness he faced was already broken, already twisted into the abyss by Manus's shattered humanity. Had Artorias encountered the dark soul in its natural state? Had he met humanity's darkness as it was meant to be rather than as it became when fragmented by trauma, the story might have ended very differently. But such speculation is ultimately futile, for history records only what happened, not what might have been. The curse of undeath that Gwyn's linking had created added another layer of tragedy to humanity's relationship with their own darkness. The dark sign that marked those afflicted with the curse was not merely a brand or a symbol, but a fundamental alteration of how humanity related to the fragments of the dark soul within them. The dark sign represented Gwyn's mark upon humanity itself, a seal of fire burned into human nature that created conflict between what they were and what the flame demanded they become. Those who bore the dark sign could not die properly, could not rest in the cycle of death and rebirth that Nito had introduced to the world. Instead, they would rise again after each death, returning to a kind of life, but losing a small piece of their humanity each time. The fragments of the dark soul within them would slip away gradually, whether through death or simply through the passage of time without purpose, until eventually nothing remained but a hollow shell. This process of hollowing was perhaps the cruelest aspect of Gwyn's curse, for it represented a kind of death that was worse than true ending. To hollow was to lose oneself gradually, to watch one's identity and purpose and very humanity slip away piece by piece while consciousness remained to witness the dissolution. It was to become like the beings that had existed before the first flame, empty and purposeless, shambling through the world without direction or desire. The tragedy of hollowing was compounded by the fact that it could be delayed, but never truly prevented for those who bore the curse. One could maintain their humanity for a time by finding purpose, by pursuing goals and desires that gave meaning to existence. But purpose was not infinite, and desires could be exhausted. And sooner or later, every cursed human faced the question of what to do when there was nothing left to strive for, no reason left to continue existing. In this way, the curse ensured that humanity would suffer throughout the Age of Fire, that the bearers of the dark soul would be in constant struggle with their own nature. They were taught to fear hollowing, to see the loss of humanity as the worst fate imaginable, to spend their entire existence fighting against the very darkness that was their birthright. The curse turned humanity's essential nature into their greatest enemy, made them complicit in their own imprisonment, ensured they would police themselves more effectively than any external force ever could. Yet even in this cycle of fear and suppression, even in the terrible machinery of curse and hollowing that Gwyn had created, there remained the fundamental truth that the dark soul was not evil, not corruption, not something that needed to be sealed away for the world's safety. It was simply humanity's nature, the essence that made them human rather than hollow, different from the gods but not lesser than them, except in the ways that fear and propaganda had taught people to measure worth. The ringed city stood at the world's edge as a monument to this great lie, its walls containing not a threat but a people, its seals binding not corruption but birthright, its sleeping princess watching over not a gift but a prison. And within those walls, the ringed knights stood guard across ages beyond counting, their armor sealing their darkness, their duty preventing them from ever questioning whether the city they protected might itself be the thing they should have been protecting their people from. The dark soul waited in its cage of light and lies, patient as only darkness can be patient, enduring as it has always endured, maintaining its quiet existence, while the age of fire burned through cycle after cycle. And in that patient waiting lay a promise that eventually, inevitably, the seals would weaken, the walls would crumble, the truth would be revealed, and humanity would finally be forced to confront the question of what their darkness truly was, and what it might become, if they finally stopped fearing it and learned to accept it as the gift it had always been meant to be. The cycle that Gwyn established when he cast himself into the first flame was not meant to be a single event, a one-time sacrifice that would preserve the Age of Fire forever. Even the Lord of Sunlight, in his desperation and his fear of the coming darkness, must have understood on some level that his solution was temporary, that feeding one's soul to the flame could buy time, but could not stop time from passing or prevent the fire from fading once again. What Gwyn perhaps did not fully anticipate or chose not to consider in the urgency of his fear was just how many times the cycle would need to repeat, how many souls would need to be fed to the hungry flames, how many ages the world would endure while trapped in this pattern of fading and rekindling. The linking of the fire became not a heroic sacrifice that saved the world, but rather the first link in a chain that would bind existence to a pattern of repetition that stretched across eons beyond counting. Each time the first flame began to fade, growing weak and dim as it consumed whatever essence sustained it, the world would begin its slow slide toward darkness and dissolution. The light that Gwyn had fought so hard to preserve would gutter like a candle in a growing wind, its warmth fading, its ability to maintain the distinctions that made reality comprehensible gradually failing. The Age of Fire would weaken, and with its weakening would come all the signs of an age approaching its natural end. The curse of undeath would spread more widely, claiming more humans and binding them to the terrible pattern of death and resurrection and gradual hollowing. The kingdoms built during the age's bright periods would begin to crumble, their structures, literal and social, falling into decay. As the fire's power to sustain them weakened, monsters would grow bold, emerging from whatever dark places they had hidden during the flame's brightness, reclaiming territories that civilization had thought conquered forever. And then, when the flame had weakened to the point that the age seemed on the verge of ending entirely, when darkness threatened to swallow the world and usher in whatever unknown future awaited beyond fire's light, someone would answer the call to link the fire once more. Sometimes this person was a willing sacrifice, someone who understood the stakes and chose freely to cast themselves into the flames for the sake of preserving the age. More often, they were compelled through duty or prophecy, or the simple fact that there was no one else who possessed souls mighty enough to serve as adequate fuel. The linking would succeed, the sacrifice would be consumed, and the first flame would blaze bright once more. The Age of Fire would continue for another cycle, another span of time measured not in years or decades, but in the slow burning of whatever soul had been fed to the flames. And then the fire would fade again, and the cycle would repeat, again and again. across stretches of time so vast that individual kingdoms rose and fell between linkings, that entire cultures emerged and were forgotten before the flame needed feeding once more. What made this repetition particularly strange and terrible was how the world itself seemed to warp and change in response to the cycle's perpetuation. The linking of the fire was not merely a spiritual or metaphysical event, but something that affected the very fabric of reality, the way space and time and causality functioned. Each linking seemed to create ripples in existence, distortions that accumulated over the ages until the world no longer resembled anything that the original lords would have recognized. Kingdoms that should have been separated by vast distances and uncountable years began to converge, their ruins piling atop one another in ways that defied normal spatial relationships. Places that had existed in different eras of history found themselves occupying the same physical space, their stones and streets and memories bleeding into one another like watercolors left in the rain. Time itself became unreliable, flowing at different rates in different locations, sometimes seeming to loop back upon itself in patterns that suggested the universe was growing confused about which direction it was supposed to be moving. Lordran, the ancient kingdom where Gwyn had ruled, and where the first linking had taken place, became the template for all that followed. Its geography and architecture, its key locations and significant places, seemed to recur in later kingdoms, as if the world was trying to recreate something it only half remembered. The great castle where the Lord held court, the undead asylum where the cursed were sent to await their fate, the depths where outcasts made their homes, these same elements appeared again and again across different ages, different kingdoms, as if existence itself had learned a pattern and could not help but repeat it. Drangleic rose ages after Lordran fell, a kingdom built by beings who barely remembered the first age of fire and had only vague legends about the Lord who had sacrificed himself to preserve it. Yet Drangleic's story echoed Lordran's in ways that seemed to transcend mere coincidence or cultural memory. The same cycles played out. The same mistakes were made. The same desperate solutions were attempted when the flame began to fade once more. Lothric came after Drangleic, a kingdom that represented perhaps the pinnacle of humanity's achievement during the Age of Fire, a realm where scholarship and faith and martial prowess had combined to create something that seemed permanent and unshakable. The royal family of Lothric knew the prophecies, understood the cycle, had been preparing for generations to ensure that when the time came for the flame to be linked once more, their kingdom would provide the fuel necessary to preserve the age. But by the time Lothric reached its height, the cycle had repeated so many times that the world itself was beginning to show signs of fundamental exhaustion. The kingdoms were not merely converging metaphorically or spiritually, but physically, their very stones and structures appearing in the same locations despite having existed in different eras separated by unknowable spans of time. Lothric Castle stood in the same space where other great fortresses had stood before, built atop ruins that were themselves built atop older ruins, the accumulated weight of ages pressing down like geological layers of human ambition and divine manipulation. The Lords of Cinder were those rare souls who had successfully linked the fire, who possessed power enough to serve as adequate fuel for flames that had been burning and fading across eons beyond counting. Each Lord of Cinder represented a successful continuation of the cycle, a moment when the age was preserved through sacrifice, when someone stepped forward to burn themselves away so that the flame could continue for one more season. But being a Lord of Cinder was not a title that brought comfort or glory, despite the reverence with which such figures were remembered by those who benefited from their sacrifice. To link the fire was to be consumed completely, to have one's identity and purpose and very being reduced to ash and cinder. to become nothing more than fuel for a flame that cared nothing for who you had been or what you had hoped to accomplish. The Lords of Cinder were heroes, certainly, but they were also victims of a system that demanded regular human sacrifice to preserve an age that grew more tired with each repetition. Among the Lords of Cinder, who would eventually be called to serve as kindling once more, each had their own story of how they came to possess souls mighty enough to feed the flame, their own path to the throne and the kiln, where Gwyn had made his original sacrifice. These stories were as varied as the individuals who lived them, though certain patterns recurred across their different journeys. Ludleth of Corland was perhaps the most willing of all the Lords of Cinder, a being who had made the choice to link the fire with full knowledge of what it would cost and what it would accomplish. He was small and seemingly fragile, not a mighty warrior or powerful sorcerer, but simply someone who understood the stakes and chose to preserve the age, despite his own insignificance in the grand scope of cosmic events. Ludleth spoke with regret about his choice to become a Lord of Cinder, acknowledging that linking the fire was a path that required tremendous sacrifice and brought consequences he had not fully anticipated. Yet even in his regret, there was a kind of stubborn determination, a refusal to say that his choice had been wrong, even if it had been difficult and painful beyond description. He had done what he believed necessary, had cast himself into the flames to preserve something he valued, and he would not recant that decision, even though he now understood its full weight. His willingness to discuss his choice openly, to acknowledge both its necessity and its cost, made Ludleth unusual among Lords of Cinder. Most who linked the fire did not survive with enough coherence to reflect upon what they had done, becoming nothing but ash and memory, their identities consumed as thoroughly as their bodies. That Ludleth retained some echo of himself, some fragment of the person he had been, suggested either tremendous strength of will or perhaps that his linking had been incomplete in some way, that he had not burned quite as thoroughly as he was meant to. The Abyss Watchers represented a different path to becoming a Lord of Cinder, one that spoke to humanity's capacity for cooperation and shared sacrifice even in the face of horrors beyond description. They had been a legion of warriors, dedicated to fighting the abyss wherever it appeared, men and women who had sworn oaths to contain humanity's corrupted darkness and prevent it from consuming the world. The Watchers understood that the abyss was not merely an enemy to be fought with swords and courage, but a force that could corrupt those who faced it, that could turn heroes into monsters simply through prolonged exposure to its influence. They developed a solution to this problem that was as ruthless as it was practical. They would watch each other for signs of corruption, and the moment any Watcher showed the slightest taint of abyss influence, their fellows would cut them down without hesitation or mercy. This practice of killing their own comrades at the first sign of darkness created a brotherhood bound not merely by shared purpose, but by shared willingness to sacrifice themselves and each other for their cause. They were united by blood and death as much as by oaths and ideals, each Watcher knowing that their fellows loved them enough to kill them the moment it became necessary. When the time came to link the fire, the Abyss Watchers performed a ritual that bound the entire Legion's souls together into a single entity, creating a Lord soul through collective sacrifice rather than individual achievement. Every Watcher contributed their essence to this unified whole, their individual identities dissolving into a greater being that possessed power enough to serve as fuel for the first flame. The Legion became one, and the one became a Lord of Cinder, casting itself into the flames to preserve an age that many of the individual Watchers might have questioned, but that their collective will deemed worth saving. It was a solution that spoke to both the nobility of shared sacrifice and the tragedy of losing one's individual self to the demands of duty and destiny. Yorm the Giant had become a Lord of Cinder through a different kind of sacrifice, one rooted not in willing choice or collective purpose, but in a promise made to a friend, and the terrible weight of obligations that outlived the circumstances that created them. Yhorm was a giant among his people, a king who had tried to build bridges between his race and the humans who dwelt in his realm, who had genuinely believed that different peoples could live together in peace if only they could overcome their mutual suspicions and fears. But fire does not care about good intentions or noble dreams. When Yhorm linked the flame to preserve the age, he expected that his sacrifice would protect his people and the humans he had befriended, that his choice would ensure the continuation of the peace he had worked so hard to establish. Instead, the flames he had hoped would protect his realm burned through it like a forest fire through dry timber, consuming both giants and humans without distinction or mercy. The city that Yhorm had ruled, the people he had tried to protect, the very humans he had counted as friends, all were reduced to ash by the flames that were supposed to save them. His linking had been successful in feeding the first flame and preserving the Age of Fire for another cycle, but it had failed utterly in the more personal goal of protecting those he cared about. He had traded his own existence and the lives of his people for the continuation of an age that had rewarded his sacrifice with only death and loss. Yhorm's tragedy illustrated one of the fundamental cruelties of the linking cycle, that success on the cosmic scale often meant failure on the human scale, that preserving the abstract concept of the Age of Fire frequently required the destruction of concrete communities and actual lives. The flame was hungry and indiscriminate, caring nothing for friendship or loyalty, or the small-scale bonds that made life meaningful to those who lived it. Aldrich, Saint of the Deep, represented perhaps the most disturbing of all the Lords of Cinder, a being who had become powerful enough to serve as kindling through a process that suggested the very corruption he was meant to oppose. Aldrich had been, in some previous state of existence, a cleric who had dreamed strange dreams about an age of deep waters, about an end that came not through fire or darkness, but through drowning in something cold and profound that defied easy categorization. Whatever Aldrich had seen in his dreams, whatever truth or lie or half-understood prophecy his visions had shown him, it led him down a path that could only be described as monstrous. He began to consume other beings, devouring gods and humans alike, accumulating their power and their essence within himself like a glutton who could never be satisfied, who needed always to consume more and more, until his very form became a mockery of anything that could be called human or divine. By the time Aldrich linked the fire, he had become something bloated and terrible, a mass of semi-liquid flesh that barely held together, that seemed more like a colony of smaller things merged into one disgusting whole than a single coherent being. Yet his power was undeniable. His accumulated souls enough to feed the flame when it needed feeding. His willingness to become a Lord of Cinder, motivated by purposes that remained opaque to those who tried to understand him. Aldrich's dreams of the deep suggested that he did not believe in the Age of Fire's fundamental goodness or necessity, that he saw in the linking cycle not salvation, but merely postponement of some inevitable drowning that would claim the world whether fire burned or darkness reigned. Yet he linked the flame anyway, perhaps out of duty, or perhaps because even his dreams of the deep could not overcome the weight of prophecy and expectation that declared he must serve as kindling. Each of these Lords of Cinder represented a different path to the throne and the kiln, a different way of accumulating power enough to serve as fuel for flames that had burned across ages beyond counting. Ludleth's willing sacrifice, the Abyss Watcher's collective binding, Yhorm's tragic promise, Aldrich's disturbing consumption, all led to the same destination. All ended in the kiln where souls were transformed into cinders, and the Age of Fire was preserved for one more cycle. But the fact that linking the flame required such tremendous power, such accumulation of souls through violence and sacrifice and consumption of other beings, revealed something troubling about the cycle itself. To become a Lord of Cinder, one needed to gather might through deeds that were rarely gentle or kind, that often required the destruction of countless others to elevate oneself to the necessary level of power. The linking demanded that those who preserved the age do so only after proving themselves through acts that diminished the world in other ways. This requirement created a perverse incentive structure, where violence and accumulation of power became virtues rather than necessary evils, where the path to becoming a savior of the age required first becoming something that might otherwise be considered a monster. The Lords of Cinder were heroes because they had fed themselves to the flame, but they had only been able to do so after engaging in actions that left scars upon the world as deep as any that the fading of fire might have caused. Yet for all the sacrifice and power represented by the Lords of Cinder who had come before, the current cycle, the one that would eventually require the Ashen One to rise and pursue them, faced a problem that threatened to break the pattern entirely. Prince Lothric, who had been born and raised specifically to serve as kindling when the flame began to fade once more, had done something that no prophecy had anticipated and that no amount of preparation could prevent. He had refused his duty entirely, declining to link the fire despite everything that had been done to ensure he would fulfill this purpose. His refusal was not merely postponement or doubt, but absolute rejection, a prince declaring that he would not burn himself to preserve an age he had come to see as fundamentally corrupt and worthy of ending. Prince Lothric had been groomed for his role from birth, perhaps even from before birth, given the hints that his conception and development had been influenced by powers both temporal and divine, seeking to create the perfect vessel for kindling. He was educated in all the relevant histories and prophecies, trained in magic and combat, surrounded by advisors and priests who impressed upon him the cosmic importance of his eventual sacrifice. But education, it turned out, could be a double-edged sword. The more Lothric learned about the linking cycle, the more he studied the histories of previous Lords of Cinder and the consequences of their sacrifices, the more he questioned whether the perpetuation of the Age of Fire was truly worth the cost it demanded. His tutors had meant to prepare him for his duty, but instead, they had given him the knowledge necessary to understand why that duty might be worth refusing. His brother Lorien, the elder prince who had been a mighty warrior in his own right before illness or curse left him unable to walk, supported Lothric's decision completely. The two princes, who had always been close, became united in their rejection of the prophecy that demanded Lothric burn himself away. Lorien would carry his younger brother on his back, would wield his sword in defense of their shared refusal, would face any threat that arose from their decision to let the flame fade rather than feed it with royal blood. The refusal of Prince Lothric created a crisis that threatened the entire linking cycle, for the prophecy had declared that he would be the one to link the fire when it faded, and prophecies in this world were not merely predictions, but something closer to fixed points around which reality organized itself. When Lothric refused to fulfill his prophesied role, when he sat upon his throne in the high tower of Lothric Castle and declared that he would watch the fire fade from a distance rather than cast himself into it, the entire machinery of the cycle ground to a halt. The bells that should have rung to announce the new Lord of Cinder's approach to the kiln remained silent. The throne that should have been claimed remained empty. The fire continued to fade, growing weaker and weaker, but there was no willing sacrifice to stoke it back to life. The Age of Fire stood on the brink of ending, not because it had been defeated or overcome, but because the person meant to preserve it had simply said no. In desperation, in response to this unprecedented crisis, Something stirred in the ancient places where such decisions are made by forces that transcend mortal understanding. If the true Lord would not fulfill his duty, then others would need to be called to force him to his throne and his kindling. The previous Lords of Cinder, those who had already linked the fire in ages past and had earned their rest as ash and memory, were summoned back from whatever state they had been occupying. But being called back from death or dissolution or whatever existence Lords of Cinder enjoyed after their sacrifice was not the same as being resurrected in any meaningful sense. The beings who rose from their graves and their cairns were not truly Ludleth or the Abyss Watchers or Yorm or Aldrich, not the people they had been before they became kindling. They were something hollower, something that carried only the shape and the power of what they had been without necessarily retaining the purpose or the identity that had defined them in life. These revived lords were meant to return to their thrones, to take their places once more in preparation for some new linking that might force Prince Lothric to fulfill his duty or find some other way to preserve the age. But being resurrected against their will, being pulled from whatever rest they had earned back into a world that still demanded sacrifice, did not inspire cooperation or enthusiasm among the lords. They scattered instead, returning not to their thrones but to places that held meaning for them, to locations that resonated with whatever fragments of identity they retained after becoming cinders, and then being reformed into something that resembled their former selves. They fled from duty just as Prince Lothric had fled from his, refusing to participate in a cycle that had already taken everything from them once and now demanded they give it all again. Into this crisis of scattered lords and refused prophecy came the unkindled, those peculiar beings who represented perhaps the saddest category of existence in a world already full of tragedy and loss. The unkindled were those who had tried to link the fire and failed, whose souls had not been strong enough to serve as adequate fuel, who had been consumed by the flames without managing to stoke them back to brightness. In any other circumstance, those who failed to link the fire would simply be gone, destroyed completely by the flames they tried to feed, erased from existence as thoroughly as if they had never been. But the cycle had grown desperate, the need for kindling so urgent that even failed fuel had value. The unkindled rose from the ash that was all that remained of them, called back to a kind of half-life that was neither truly living nor completely dead. The Ashen One, the particular unkindled who would eventually pursue the scattered lords and drag them back to their thrones, embodied this strange state of being neither one thing nor another, not quite alive, having been consumed by the fire already, not quite hollow, retaining purpose and identity despite having lost everything in the flames, not quite undead, though bearing similarities to those cursed beings who died and rose again. The Ashen One existed in the spaces between categories, a being defined more by what they were not than by what they were. They were the dregs of the dregs, the remnants of failed sacrifice called back to complete a mission that seemed designed to make up for their previous inadequacy. Where they had once tried to link the fire and failed, now they would gather the lords who had succeeded in ages past and force them to serve as kindling once more. The task given to the Ashen One was both simple and impossible. Find the Lords of Cinder who had fled from their thrones. Defeat them in battle if necessary, which it would be necessary, because beings powerful enough to have successfully linked the fire were not likely to be convinced through reasoned argument. Return their ashes to their thrones in Firelink Shrine, binding them to their duty once more, and then, having gathered all the necessary fuel, make the journey to the kiln of the first flame, and finally complete the linking that Prince Lothric refused to perform. It was a mission that assumed violence and compulsion, that took for granted that the right way to preserve the age was to force those who no longer wished to sacrifice anyway. The Ashen One was not asked to convince the lords that linking was right or necessary or good. not tasked with finding willing participants in the preservation of the age. They were simply expected to be strong enough to defeat those who were already powerful enough to have been kindling once before, to take their ashes by force, to solve through violence what could not be solved through prophecy or persuasion. The existence of the unkindled revealed something profound about how desperate the cycle had become, how exhausted the Age of Fire was after countless repetitions across ages beyond measure. When even the prophecy-designated Lord refused his duty, when the system could no longer function through willing sacrifice or honored tradition, it resorted to resurrecting failures and demanding they succeed where they had once fallen short. The cycle would perpetuate itself through any means necessary, would scrape together whatever remained that could be burned, would deny rest even to those who had already been consumed once. This was the world that waited for the Ashen One when they rose from their grave in the cemetery of Ash, a realm where the linking cycle had repeated so many times that reality itself had grown confused and exhausted, where kingdoms piled atop one another in defiance of normal space and time, where even death offered no escape from the demands of a flame that refused to die with dignity. The fire had faded and been relit, had faded and been relit, again and again across eons, that defied measurement or comprehension. Each linking bought more time but solved nothing, merely postponing the inevitable conclusion that all fires eventually die, that even the first flame that had brought disparity and distinction to a grey world could not burn forever. The cycle had created a world that was fundamentally broken, where the natural progression from age to age had been interrupted and twisted into repetition, where change had been prevented through sacrifice that only created more need for sacrifice. It was a world trapped in a pattern that could not continue forever, but that those in power refused to allow to end, where the price of extending the age was paid by those who had never agreed to the bargain in the first place. And standing at the center of this broken system, this cycle of fading and linking and fading again, was the empty throne where Prince Lothric should have sat, the absent lord who had seen through the lies and prophecies and chosen refusal over sacrifice. His empty seat was an indictment of everything the cycle had become, a silent accusation that forced anyone who looked upon it to confront the question of whether an age that required constant fuel of souls and bodies was an age worth preserving at all. The Ashen One would need to pursue the scattered lords, would need to defeat them and claim their ashes, would need to decide ultimately what to do when they stood before the first flame with the power to link it or let it die. But before any of those choices could be made, before the endgame could be reached, they would need to traverse a world that the cycle had fundamentally broken, where time and space no longer functioned as they should, where kingdoms converged and ages piled atop one another in the slow collapse that comes when reality is pushed beyond its capacity to endure. The world at the end of fire was waiting to reveal its secrets and its sorrows, its beauty and its horror, everything that remained when the age had been extended too many times and too far, when the cycle had consumed so much in its desperate need to perpetuate itself that almost nothing remained, that was not somehow scarred or twisted by the weight of ages, pressing down like geological strata of human ambition and divine fear. The world that awaited those who rose from ash and undeath was not merely broken but fractured in ways that defied the normal rules by which reality organizes itself. This was not a kingdom in decline, though it was certainly that, nor simply a realm where civilization had crumbled and nature had reclaimed what humans had built, though elements of that were present as well. This was something far stranger and more profound, a world where the very concepts of space and time and causality had begun to fail under the weight of too many linkings, too many cycles, Too many ages forced to continue past their natural ending. The phenomenon that came to be known as the Dreg Heap represented perhaps the most visible manifestation of this fundamental breakdown in reality's coherence. Here, at what might have been the edge of the world, or might have been nowhere at all, kingdoms that should have been separated by vast distances and uncountable years had collapsed into a single location, their ruins piling atop one another like books stacked by a careless hand, their architectures and histories bleeding together in ways that created something that was neither any single kingdom nor a coherent amalgamation of all of them. Lothric Castle, that pinnacle of human achievement and divine ambition, had fallen from whatever heights it once occupied and now rested atop the remains of Earthen Peak, a fortress from ages so far past that even its original name had been nearly forgotten. And Earthen Peak itself sat upon the ruins of Harvest Valley, and Harvest Valley merged with structures that belonged to eras even more remote, creating a vertical archaeology of failure and collapse that stretched down into depths that seemed to have no bottom. Walking through the Dreg Heap was like traversing the broken memories of the world itself, where every step might carry you from one kingdom's detritus into another's, where architectural styles that had been separated by millennia now sat side by side in mockery of any coherent timeline. A tower built in Lothric's distinctive style, with its soaring buttresses and intricate stonework, would emerge from rubble that belonged to kingdoms whose builders had died before Lothric's founders were born. The very ground was unstable, made of compacted ruins rather than earth or stone, structures crushed and compressed by the weight of other structures piled atop them in defiance of any engineering principle or physical law. Bridges that should have connected buildings now led only to empty air, their destinations having crumbled away or been displaced to locations that no longer corresponded to where they had been when the bridge was built. Stairways descended into nothing, their endpoints lost to collapse or simply to the fundamental confusion about what location meant in a place where space itself had become unreliable. Throughout this landscape of accumulated ruin moved the pilgrims, those wretched beings who had undertaken journeys towards some promised salvation, but had found only more suffering and loss. They were hunched and broken, their bodies twisted by whatever curse or affliction drove them toward Londor's false promises, their forms covered in shells of hardened matter that might have been some kind of protective growth or might have been the physical manifestation of their hardened despair. The pilgrims sought the ringed city, that ancient prison at the world's edge where humanity's birthright had been sealed away so long ago that even the memory of the ceiling had faded into legend. They believed, or had been told to believe, that within that distant city lay salvation from the curse of undeath, freedom from the cycle of death and resurrection and hollowing that had defined human existence throughout the Age of Fire. Their pilgrimage was an act of faith in promises made by those who saw in humanity's suffering an opportunity to gather followers and power. But the journey through the Dreg Heap was itself a kind of torture, a test that few would survive with their sanity or their humanity intact. The pilgrims shambled through ruins that shifted and settled beneath their feet, navigated paths that might lead forward or might simply loop back to where they had started, endured attacks from the demons and monsters that had claimed the heap as their territory. Many never reached their destination, their shells joining the uncounted others that littered the landscape like monuments to failed hope. More terrible than the demons or the treacherous terrain were the angels that appeared to guard against intrusion into this liminal space between the world that was and the ringed city that waited beyond. These were not angels in any conventional sense, not divine beings of light and grace bringing messages from benevolent gods. They were something twisted and wrong, creatures that bore the shape of angels but radiated only malice and wrongness, their many wings spread in mockery of celestial glory, while their purpose was merely to destroy any who ventured into their domain. The angels could not be fought in any conventional sense, for they appeared high above the paths that travelers needed to traverse, their positions making them impossible to reach with weapons or magic, while they rained down bolts of light that struck with devastating force. The only defense against them was to hide, to take cover behind whatever rubble offered protection, to wait in shadows until the angels' attention moved elsewhere and brief windows of safe passage opened. These creatures were born from faith corrupted, from the teachings of Gertrude, who had been touched by something she believed was divine and had shared her visions with the scholars of Lothric. The angelic faith that grew from her revelations promised ascension and transformation, offered salvation through metamorphosis into something higher than human. But the reality of that transformation, as embodied in the angels that now hunted through the Dreg Heap, suggested that whatever had touched Gertrude was not interested in human well-being or enlightenment. The pilgrims themselves, in their desperation and their faith, were undergoing this same transformation, their bodies slowly changing into the shells that would eventually birth the angels that served Londor's mysterious purposes. They were being used, their suffering and their hope exploited by those who promised salvation while delivering only another form of bondage, another way for the desperate to be bound to purposes they did not understand. As the Dreg Heap descended deeper, the ruins became older and more unfamiliar. Structures from kingdoms, so ancient that their stories had been completely forgotten, architecture that belonged to cultures that had risen and fallen during the long ages when the cycle of linking was still young. Here the very stone seemed exhausted, worn down not merely by time, but by the fundamental weariness of a world that had been forced to exist for too long, that had been prevented from ending with grace, and had instead been dragged into senescence and collapse. At the bottom of the heap, where the descent finally ended, or at least paused, lay the entrance to something that defied the chaos and ruin that surrounded it. The ringed city waited beyond, not fallen or collapsed like the kingdoms above, but somehow preserved, maintained in a state that suggested either incredible endurance or perhaps temporal stasis, existence outside the normal flow of time that had allowed it to persist while ages crumbled around it. But before we descend into that ancient city and its secrets, we must understand more of the world from which the Ashen One would have journeyed before reaching the Dreg Heap, the kingdoms and places that still existed in some form despite the exhaustion of the age, the remnants of civilization that persisted even as the fire faded toward its final guttering. Lothric itself, before its fall into the Dreg Heap, had been perhaps the most magnificent kingdom raised during the Age of Fire, a realm that represented humanity's highest achievements in architecture and scholarship and faith. The castle that served as its heart rose on rocky crags like a prayer rendered in stone, its towers reaching toward heavens that seemed to mock such aspirations with their distance and their silence. The high wall of Lothric enclosed not merely a castle, but an entire city, communities that had grown up in the shadow of royal power and divine blessing, people who lived their lives in service to a prophecy that promised their prince would save the age through sacrifice. These were people who believed in the linking, who saw in the perpetuation of the Age of Fire not a curse to be endured, but a blessing to be grateful for, who would have willingly offered their prince to the flames if given the choice. Yet even in Lothric, even in this kingdom that seemed most committed to preserving the age through proper sacrifice, there were signs of doubt and decay that suggested the cycle's hold was weakening. The scholars who filled the Grand Archives had learned too much, had read too deeply into the histories of previous linkings and previous kingdoms, had discovered truths about the cycle that made simple faith increasingly difficult to maintain. It was these scholars who taught Prince Lothric, who educated him in all the lore and history that was meant to prepare him for his sacrifice. But knowledge, as has been noted before, can be dangerous to those who wish to maintain systems built on necessary ignorance. The more Lothric learned, the more he questioned, until finally he knew enough to refuse entirely the duty that prophecy had laid upon him. The Grand Archives themselves were a monument to this dangerous accumulation of knowledge, a library so vast that it seemed to contain every book ever written, every scroll ever inscribed, every attempt to record and preserve understanding across all the ages of fire. Here were histories of kingdoms that no longer existed, accounts of battles that had been forgotten, theories about the nature of souls and fire and darkness that contradicted the official narratives maintained by those in power. Among the archive's treasures and terrors were the wax-covered heads of scholars who had delved too deeply into forbidden knowledge, their skulls now encased in hardened wax that both preserved and imprisoned them. These were not merely remains but warnings, demonstrations of what happened to those who learnt too much, who understood too clearly the truths that the cycle depended on keeping obscure. Yet, even in death, even imprisoned in wax, these scholars retained some echo of the knowledge they had gained, and they would attack any who approached with a ferocity that suggested the protective instinct of those guarding precious and dangerous truths. The Cathedral of the Deep, which had once been dedicated to the worship of the gods and the maintenance of faith in the Age of Fire, had become corrupted by the very thing it was named for. The deep was not fire and not dark, but something else entirely, a third force that suggested the dichotomy between light and shadow was not as complete as Gwyn's propaganda had always claimed. The deep was cold and patient and hungry in ways that differed from both the flame's consumption and the dark's preservation. It was associated with water and depth and the slow accumulation of things that settled to the bottom of existence, the dregs and sediment of ages spent and souls consumed. Aldrich had dreamed of the deep and had been changed by those dreams, transformed into something that sought to drown the Age of Fire, not in darkness, but in these cold waters that cared nothing for either light or shadow. The cathedral's corruption manifested in visible and disturbing ways, with Aldrich's semi-liquid mass having consumed not merely the building's sanctity, but actual gods who had taken refuge there. Gwyndolin, the last of Gwyn's divine children still maintaining some semblance of presence in the world, had been devoured by Aldrich, consumed in a way that was both literal and metaphorical, both physical ingestion and spiritual absorption into the bloated mass that the Saint of the Deep had become. This act of deicide, of god-eating, represented something profound about how far the Age of Fire had fallen from its glorious beginnings. When Gwyn ruled Anor Londo in its golden age, the gods had seemed eternal and untouchable, beings of such power and majesty that the idea of them being consumed by mortals would have been laughable. But ages of linking had weakened the divine line, had diminished the gods until they were no longer untouchable, until even the children of the Lord of Sunlight himself could be devoured by those who had gained enough power through darker means. Irithyll of the Boreal Valley had been, in some earlier age, the shining city of Anor Londo where Gwyn ruled and where the gods dwelt in their golden towers. But the name had changed, and the city had been transformed by Pontiff Sullivan, a being who had risen from nothing to claim power over what remained of the gods' ancient seat. Sullivan's conquest of Irithyll represented not military victory or righteous revolution, but something more insidious, the slow takeover of divine power by one who understood how to exploit the gods' weaknesses, how to use their own systems and hierarchies against them, how to claim authority through manipulation rather than open conflict. He had installed himself as pontiff, religious leader of a faith that had once worshipped the gods, and then had used that position to slowly corrupt and control everything the faith touched. The city that resulted from Sullivan's rule was beautiful and terrible in equal measure, its streets covered in perpetual snow, its towers gleaming with ice that never melted, its every surface reflecting the cold light of a moon that seemed closer here than anywhere else. This was beauty that suggested death, architecture frozen in a moment of perfection that would never change because change had been forbidden by the force that held it in stasis. Within Irithyll's icy perfection stood Anor Londo itself, the ancient cathedral and throne room where Gwyn had once ruled over the Age of Fire's golden dawn. But the city was empty now, its halls echoing with absence rather than divine presence, its grandeur serving no purpose beyond reminding those who saw it of glories that had passed beyond recall. The illusion that Gwyndolin had maintained for so long, the false image of the Sun Princess Guinevere blessing visitors with her radiance, had finally failed, leaving behind only empty space, where a goddess had never truly been. The painted world that could be reached from within Irithyll offered a different kind of refuge and a different kind of prison. These were worlds created through art and will, pocket dimensions that existed outside the normal flow of time and space, places where outcasts and undesirables could be hidden away from the kingdoms that did not want to acknowledge their existence. Ariandel, the painted world that the Ashen One might enter, was itself a kingdom in decay, a realm where the painted landscape had grown old and rotten, where the paint was cracking and the canvas was wearing thin. The world was meant to be burned periodically, destroyed and repainted, each cycle of fire and rebirth allowing the painted world to renew itself and begin fresh. But Ariandel, the painted world's current guardian, refused to allow this burning, could not bear to see the world he loved consumed, even if that consumption was necessary for renewal. His refusal to burn the painted world created a different kind of stagnation, a preservation that was itself a form of slow death. The painted world rotted from within, its inhabitants suffering in a realm that grew more corrupt with each passing day, their pleas for the flame to come and cleanse the rot going unheeded by a guardian who loved his world too much to allow its destruction. Within this rotting painted world dwelt Frida, a sister of the Sable Church who had fled to this refuge seeking escape from the machinations of Londor and the burdens of the dark that she carried. She had convinced Ariandel to refuse the burning, had used his love of the painted world to ensure it would be preserved rather than renewed, had her own reasons for wanting stagnation rather than the cycle of death and rebirth that the painted world required. The world beyond Irithyll and Lothric contained other kingdoms and settlements, each with their own stories of survival and struggle, in an age that had gone on too long. The undead settlement sprawled across the landscape like a testament to the curse that had plagued humanity since Gwyn's first linking. A community built by and for those who could not die properly, who rose again after each death, diminished but persistent. Here gathered those who had been exiled from other kingdoms for bearing the dark sign, those who had been cast out from more civilized realms because their curse made them dangerous or uncomfortable or simply too visible, a reminder that the Age of Fire had costs that fell disproportionately on human shoulders. They built their ramshackle homes from whatever materials they could scavenge, created their own rough society with its own brutal hierarchies, survived in ways that those who still possessed their humanity might find horrifying, but which were simply necessary for beings caught between life and death with no hope of rest. The settlement was not merely a place, but a process, a slow descent toward hollowing that claimed most who dwelt there eventually. The undead who arrived still possessed their humanity and their purpose, still remembered who they had been and what they had cared about before the curse claimed them. But time and repeated death took their toll, wearing away at humanity like water wearing away stone, until eventually even the strongest will would crack and the person would become a hollow, shambling without purpose or memory through streets they no longer recognized. Some few undead discovered ways to delay this fate, found purpose strong enough to sustain them through the grinding repetition of death and resurrection. They took up quests or devoted themselves to crafts or maintained relationships with others who still had reason to continue existing. But these were exceptions. Moments of light in the general darkness of the settlement's slow surrender to the curse's inevitable end. Beyond even the undead settlement, in places more remote and less affected by the cycle's immediate demands, other communities persisted in their own ways. The Cathedral of the Deep had its deacons, those corrupted clergy who served Aldrich and his vision of drowning ages. The profaned capital lay in ruins, but still housed Yorm's throne and the remnants of the kingdom he had failed to save through his linking. Farron's Keep, where the Abyss Watchers had made their stand against humanity's corrupted darkness, had become a poisoned swamp, haunted by the ghosts of warriors who still fought battles they no longer understood. Each of these places told its own story of how the cycle had damaged and diminished the world, how the repeated linking of the fire had created consequences that cascaded across kingdoms and ages. The poison that filled Farron's swamp was not natural, but the residue of magics and conflicts that had soaked into the land over repeated cycles. The corruption of the cathedral was not merely spiritual but physical, the building itself transformed by the deep's cold hunger into something that barely resembled what it had been. Firelink Shrine stood as the one location that seemed to exist outside the normal geography of the broken world, a nexus point where the Ashen One could rest between journeys, and where the thrones of the Lords of Cinder waited for their occupants. The shrine was familiar to anyone who had played previous cycles through, its layout and essential features echoing shrines from earlier ages, another example of how the world repeated patterns it could no longer escape. Within Firelink resided the Firekeeper, a being who tended the shrine's bonfire and who could channel the souls that the Ashen One gathered, transforming that accumulated power into strength and capability. The Firekeepers were always women who had been blinded, their eyes hidden behind cloth or removed entirely, a sacrifice demanded by the role they played in maintaining the cycle's infrastructure. The current Firekeeper had visions that she spoke of rarely and reluctantly, glimpses of futures or possibilities that suggested she understood more about the cycle and its alternatives than she was comfortable sharing. She could see, in whatever way beings without physical eyes see, the tiny flames in the distance that might kindle if the first flame was allowed to die. The possibility that the Age of Dark would not be the end of all light but merely a different kind of illumination, smaller and more numerous, and perhaps more suited to a world that had grown tired of singular flames, demanding singular sacrifices. The shrine also housed the Handmaid, an ancient woman who sold goods to the Ashen One and who seemed to have persisted across multiple cycles. Her memories fractured but occasionally surfacing with fragments of recognition. She had seen other unkindled, other heroes who had pursued the Lords of Cinder in ages past, other attempts to force the cycle to continue when it should have been allowed to end. Her presence suggested that the current crisis was not unique, that the cycle had faced similar failures before and had found similar solutions, that the Ashen One was not the first to walk this path and would likely not be the last. Other figures dwelt in or visited the shrine, each with their own relationship to the cycle and their own reasons for being there. Ludleth sat upon his throne, the one Lord of Cinder, who had not fled and who seemed willing to serve as kindling once more if required. Andre the blacksmith worked his forge, a being who appeared to have persisted across ages in different shrines, always smithing and always serving whoever came to him with weapons needing improvement. There were the pilgrims who arrived seeking Londor's hollow blessings, the sorcerer who had travelled from Vinheim seeking knowledge, the pyromancer who taught her art to those willing to learn. Each represented a different path through the broken world, a different way of relating to the fading age and its demands. The world that the Ashen One would traverse on their journey to gather the Lords of Cinder was not merely physically broken but spiritually exhausted, morally compromised by the weight of too many cycles and too many sacrifices. It was a world where everyone was trapped by systems they did not create and could not escape, where even those who recognized the cycle's futility were bound to participate in its perpetuation, where the only choice seemed to be between serving as fuel for the flame or hollowing into something that could no longer make choices at all. The geography itself reflected this exhaustion, with locations that should have been separated by vast distances accessible through paths that defied normal spatial relationships. One could walk from Lothric to the Cathedral of the Deep, to Farron's Keep, to the catacombs of Carthus in journeys that would take days rather than the weeks or months such distances should require, as if space itself had given up on maintaining proper separation between places and was allowing them to collapse together in anticipation of the final collapse that would come if the flame was allowed to die. Time, too, had become unreliable in ways that went beyond the convergence visible in the Dreg Heap. Different areas seemed to exist in different temporal states, some moving forward while others seemed frozen or perhaps moving in directions that consciousness could not properly perceive. The Ashen One could summon phantoms of other unkindled for assistance, their images appearing from times that might be past or future or simply alternative presents, all of them existing simultaneously in the strange liminal space that the fading age had created. This was the world at the end of fire, broken and beautiful and terrible in equal measure, a testament to both the incredible resilience of life and consciousness, and the fundamental damage that comes from refusing to let things end when their time has passed. It was a world that had been magnificent once, when the age of fire was young and the flame burned bright, when kingdoms rose with confidence and the curse had not yet spread to poison humanity's relationship with their own existence. But that bright beginning had led through ages of repetition and sacrifice to this exhausted end, where nothing new could grow because the old refused to die, where the flame guttered in its kiln and demanded ever more desperate measures to keep it burning just a little longer, where even prophecy had failed, and the system had resorted to resurrecting failures to force through a solution that no one with power or purpose seemed to want anymore. The Ashen One would walk through this broken world with the purpose that had been given to them, would gather the Lords of Cinder through combat and compulsion, would drag them back to their thrones whether they wished it or not, and all around them would be the evidence of what the cycle had created, the damage it had done, the price it had extracted from countless souls across ages beyond counting, all in service of preserving a flame that had always been meant to fade and an age that had never been meant to last forever. The descent through the Dreg Heap was not merely a physical journey downward through layers of compressed ruin, but a passage through time itself, each stratum of broken stone and collapsed architecture representing a different age, a different kingdom, a different attempt to build something permanent, in a world where permanence had been rendered impossible by the cycle's endless repetition. The deeper one traveled, the older the ruins became, until finally the bottom was reached and something altogether different waited beyond. The entrance to the ringed city appeared not as a grand gateway or monumental portal, but as a simple break in the accumulated debris, an opening that suggested less a designed threshold and more a natural gap in the heap's chaotic structure. Yet passing through this opening meant crossing more than mere physical distance, meant entering a space that existed according to different rules than the world above, a realm that had been sealed away for so long that even its relationship to normal time and space had become uncertain. The first impression of the ringed city was one of impossible preservation, of architecture that should have crumbled ages ago but instead stood as solid and whole as the day it was built. The stone was ancient beyond description, its surfaces showing none of the weathering that should have accumulated across the eons since Gwyn's reign, as if the city existed in some kind of temporal bubble where decay could not reach and time passed differently than it did in the world beyond its boundaries. The walls that enclosed the city rose to heights that seemed to defy both engineering possibility and practical necessity, great barriers of stone and divine power that were clearly designed not to keep enemies out, but to keep inhabitants in. These were not defensive fortifications, but prison walls, their immensity speaking to the importance Gwyn had placed on ensuring that what was contained within could never escape to threaten his age of fire. The streets of the ringed city were laid out in patterns that suggested both careful urban planning and deeper symbolic meaning, their arrangement forming shapes and configurations that might have been aesthetically pleasing or might have served some magical purpose related to the sealing of humanity's darkness. Buildings rose in styles that predated any architecture found in kingdoms of later ages, their designs speaking to an aesthetic that had been forgotten or suppressed, replaced by forms more acceptable to those who ruled the Age of Fire. Yet for all its grandeur and its careful preservation, the ringed city was not alive in any meaningful sense. It was more monument than metropolis, more mausoleum than municipality, a place that existed to contain rather than to nurture or shelter. The silence that pervaded its streets was not the comfortable quiet of a sleeping community, but the oppressive stillness of a tomb, broken only by the movements of the ringed knights, who patrolled eternally through avenues where no citizens walked and no children played. These knights, humanity's champions who had been given the honor and the curse of guarding the city at world's edge, were beings who existed in a state between life and death that was different from undeath or hollowing, but perhaps more terrible than either. They had been bound to their duty through means that transcended mere oath or loyalty, their very essence tied to the city they guarded and the seals they maintained, ensuring they could never leave or rest or question the purpose of their eternal vigil. The armor they wore was magnificent beyond description, each suit a masterwork of craftsmanship that represented months or years of skilled labor, decorated with symbols and patterns that honored the wearer's status and identity, but woven into every piece, integrated into the very metal through techniques that blurred the line between smithing and sorcery, was the seal of fire that bound their darkness, that prevented the fragments of the dark soul within them from manifesting their true power. The knights moved through their patrols with a precision that suggested they had walked these same routes for so long that the pattern had become more fundamental than thought, more essential than consciousness. They were not hollow in the conventional sense, for they retained their skill at arms and their capacity for violence. But they had lost something perhaps more important: the ability to question their purpose, to imagine alternatives to the duty that had been laid upon them ages ago by a god who feared what they represented. Some of the knights wielded weapons that combined the properties of light and dark in ways that should have been impossible, blades that burned with fire while simultaneously drawing on the darkness their armor sealed away. These weapons suggested that whoever had armed the ring knights understood that humanity's power came from both sources, that the fragments of the dark soul within them could be accessed even through the seals if proper techniques were employed, but only in ways that served the purposes of those who had created the seals in the first place. Other knights bore great bows of such size and power that they seemed designed to fell dragons rather than human opponents, weapons that could loose arrows with enough force to pierce solid stone, or send targets flying backward from the sheer kinetic impact. These bows spoke to a time when the ringed knights had been more than mere prison guards, when they had served as humanity's champions in conflicts that required power to match that of gods and lords. The city's architecture revealed its dual nature as both gift and prison through details that became apparent only upon closer examination. The buildings were beautiful, certainly, decorated with care, and built to last for ages beyond counting. But their windows were small and positioned high, designed to limit views of the world beyond the walls rather than to frame pleasant vistas. The streets, for all their careful planning, led always back toward the center rather than outward toward gates that might offer escape. Everything about the city's design suggested containment disguised as celebration, imprisonment dressed in the trappings of honor. Below the city's main level, accessible through passages that descended into depths that seemed to extend far deeper than the city's foundations should have required, lay a swamp of accumulated humanity. This was not water or any natural substance, but rather the physical manifestation of the Dark Soul's fragments. Humanity itself, pooled and concentrated in ways that transformed it from individual essence into collective substance. The swamp was dark and thick, moving with currents that had nothing to do with gravity or wind, shifting according to principles that belonged more to consciousness than to physics. Things moved within it, shapes that might have been individual humanities trying to maintain some semblance of form, or might have been something else entirely, fragments of the Dark Soul given temporary coherence through proximity to so many other fragments. Walking through this swamp meant wading through the accumulated essence of countless humans, feeling their darkness pressing against your own, experiencing the weight of all that sealed and suppressed potential, seeking some outlet for expression. It was not pleasant or comfortable, but neither was it the horror that those raised on Gwyn's propaganda might have expected. The darkness was simply itself quiet, preserving, enduring, patient in ways that defied human timescales. Throughout the swamp and perched on stones that rose above its surface were creatures that came to be known as the Locust Preachers, beings whose origin and purpose remained deeply ambiguous. They appeared as giant insects standing upright, their mandibles moving in patterns that somehow produced human speech, their sermons mixing truth and lies in proportions that made distinguishing one from the other nearly impossible. The preachers spoke of the gods and their fear, of humanity's birthright and its imprisonment, of the lies that had been used to justify the sealing of the dark. But they also spoke in riddles and contradictions, offering interpretations of events that might have been profound insight or might have been deliberate obfuscation. Their purpose seemed to be less about conveying clear information and more about ensuring that anyone who listened would be left confused about what to believe, uncertain about which narratives to trust. Some of the preachers spoke with sympathy about humanity's plight, describing the ringed city as a prison built by those who feared what they could not control. Others defended Gwyn's actions, arguing that the sealing had been necessary to prevent humanity's darkness from consuming the world. Still others suggested that both narratives were oversimplifications, that the truth was more complex and more tragic than either simple condemnation or simple justification could capture. The Locust's very existence raised questions that had no clear answers. Were they guardians of some truth that needed to be preserved, even if it could not be spoken clearly? Were they agents of confusion sent to ensure that no one who reached the ringed city would leave with certainty about what they had discovered? Were they simply another manifestation of the corruption and strangeness that accumulated in places where reality had been bent to purposes it was never designed to serve? Among the more disturbing sights in the ringed city were the humanity sprites, small creatures that resembled miniature humans, but were composed entirely of the dark substance that pooled in the swamp below. These were not individual souls or people, but rather fragments of the dark soul that had achieved temporary autonomy, small pieces of humanity's collective essence that had separated from the whole and now moved through the city according to their own inscrutable purposes. The sprites were not hostile in any conventional sense, but their touch could drain humanity from those who encountered them, pulling the dark essence from living beings to add to their own substance. They moved in groups, following patterns that might have been migration or might have been ritual, their purposes as opaque as everything else in this ancient prison at the world's edge. At the city's heart, elevated above the streets and the swamp, accessible only through passages guarded by the most powerful of the ring knights, stood a church unlike any other in the world. This was not a cathedral built for worship or a shrine dedicated to the gods, but rather a reliquary designed to hold a single, precious, and terrible thing: the sleeping form of Filianor, youngest daughter of Gwyn, given to the pygmy lords as symbol of covenant and trust. The church's architecture spoke to its singular purpose, with every element of its design oriented toward the center where Filianor lay, with protective wards and seals layered so thickly that the very air seemed heavy with their presence. This was not merely a building, but a prison within a prison, a final seal upon the seal, the ultimate lock upon humanity's cage. The approach to the church required passage through areas where the ring knights stood guard in numbers that suggested they understood this location's importance, even if they no longer remembered why it mattered. They fought with desperate ferocity to prevent intrusion, their sealed darkness manifesting in attacks that combined fire and shadow in ways that transcended the normal limitations of either element. Inside the church, the atmosphere was one of profound stillness, a silence so complete it seemed to absorb sound rather than merely represent its absence. The space was dominated by the sight of Filianor herself, a young woman, or the image of a young woman, for what she truly was. After ages of magical sleep, remained unclear, lying in eternal slumber while clutching to her chest, an egg of such size and strangeness that it clearly represented something far more significant than any natural object. Filianor's form was preserved in a state that suggested she had been sleeping for mere hours rather than ages beyond counting. Her features unmarked by time's passage, her posture suggesting peace rather than the torment one might expect from imprisonment in eternal slumber. Yet there was something deeply wrong about this preservation, something that suggested the sleep was not rest but rather a kind of death, a cessation of everything that makes existence meaningful, while maintaining the appearance of life. The egg she clutched was the key to everything, the final seal upon the prison that was the ringed city, the lock that kept humanity's darkness contained, and Gwyn's lie intact. As long as Filianor slept and the egg remained whole, the city would persist in its strange state of temporal suspension, existing outside the normal flow of time, maintaining the illusion that Gwyn's gift had been genuine and that the pygmy lords had been honored rather than imprisoned. The church itself was beautiful in the way that tombs can be beautiful, its architecture suggesting both reverence and profound sadness, its every surface speaking to the care that had been taken in creating this eternal prison for a daughter sacrificed to her father's fear. Windows of stained glass filtered light in patterns that might have been meant to comfort the sleeper or might have served some purpose related to the seals that kept her sleeping. Around the main chamber where Filianor lay were smaller rooms and passages, spaces that suggested the church had once housed attendants or priests who maintained the seal and ensured the princess's slumber continued uninterrupted. But these spaces were empty now, abandoned long ago, Their furnishings decayed to dust, while the central chamber remained pristine through whatever magic or divine power maintained the seal. The ringed city's true purpose became fully apparent only when one understood Filianor's role within it. Only when the connection between her sleep and humanity's imprisonment was recognized. The city was not merely a physical barrier, but a temporal one, existing in a state of frozen time maintained by the princess's slumber. As long as she dreamed her endless dream, the city would persist exactly as it had been when Gwyn sealed it. Never aging, never changing, never allowing the darkness within to escape or evolve, or claim the birthright that had been promised to humanity. This was Gwyn's ultimate solution to the problem of the dark soul, more sophisticated than mere physical walls or armed guards. He had created a prison that existed outside time, had bound his own daughter into eternal sleep to maintain the seal, had ensured that humanity's birthright would be locked away not just for an age, but potentially forever, for as long as divine power could maintain the magic that kept Filianor sleeping and the city frozen. The cruelty of this solution was multi-layered and profound. Filianore had been sacrificed not through death, but through imprisonment, in a state that was neither life nor death, forced to sleep through ages, while the world she had known crumbled away. The Pygmy Lords had been given what appeared to be honor and security, but was actually imprisonment. Their city beautiful but inescapable. Their status elevated, but their birthright sealed away. The Ringed Knights had been transformed from humanity's champions into jailers of their own people, bound to eternal service, guarding a prison whose true nature they had perhaps forgotten or never understood. And underlying all of this was the fundamental betrayal of the covenant between Gwyn and the Pygmy Lords. The revelation that the Lord of Sunlight's gift had been a trap, that his promises had been lies, that the entire arrangement had been designed not to honor humanity, but to prevent them from ever claiming the power that was rightfully theirs. The Ringed City stood as monument to divine fear, and the lengths that fear could drive even the mightiest to go in order to prevent a future they could not accept. Yet for all its careful construction and its powerful seals, for all the divine power invested in its creation and maintenance, the Ringed City was not impregnable. The egg that Filianor clutched could be touched, the seal could be broken, the princess could be woken from her endless sleep. And in that possibility lay both terrible danger and potential liberation. The chance to finally reveal the truth that had been hidden for so long, and to discover what would happen when humanity's darkness was finally freed from the cage that had contained it since the Age of Fire's beginning. The city waited in its temporal prison, neither alive nor dead, neither progressing nor decaying, simply existing in the state that Gwyn had decreed it should maintain until the ending of the world itself. The Ringed Knights patrolled their eternal routes. The humanity pooled in the swamp below. The locust preachers delivered their ambiguous sermons. And Filianor slept on, all of them bound to purposes that had been established ages ago by beings who were themselves now dead or diminished beyond recognition. But into this frozen realm came those who were not bound by the old rules, who had not been present when the seals were established and the covenant was made. The Ashen One, risen from failure and given purpose through resurrection, could approach the church where Filianor slept. They could pass the Ringed Knights through combat or stealth, could navigate the swamp of accumulated humanity, could reach the inner sanctum where the final seal waited. And there, in that church at the center of the prison at the world's edge, a choice would present itself, a decision that would determine not merely the fate of the Ringed City, but the revelation of truth that had been suppressed since the Age of Fire began. The egg could be touched, the seal could be broken, Filianor could be woken from her eternal slumber, and the illusion that had been maintained for ages beyond counting would finally shatter to reveal the reality that lay beneath. But before that moment of revelation, before the seal was broken and the truth exposed, there remained one more element of the Ringed City that demanded understanding, one more piece of Gwyn's plan to imprison humanity's darkness. This was Slave Knight Gale, a figure whose role in the story of the Ringed City would prove crucial despite his seemingly humble origins and his unlikely quest. Gale was called a slave knight not because he had been enslaved in any literal sense, but because his service had been absolute, his loyalty complete, his willingness to perform any task without question or complaint, making him effectively a slave to duty and purpose. He had served as a warrior for so long that his original identity had been lost, worn away by ages of combat and sacrifice, until nothing remained but the function he performed, the role he played in conflicts, whose larger purposes he did not question. But Gale had found new purpose in the service of a painted girl, a child who dwelt in the painted world, and who needed something precious to create a new painting. A better world that would be cold and dark and very gentle, a refuge from the cycles and cruelties of the world beyond. What the girl needed was pigment, but not any ordinary pigment would suffice for painting an entire world. She required the dark soul itself, the concentrated essence of humanity's birthright, the thing that Gwyn had sealed away in the Ringed City ages ago. Gale's quest to obtain the dark soul for the painted girl was both noble in its selflessness and doomed in its impossibility, for the dark soul was not a thing that could be simply claimed or carried away. It existed as fragments distributed among all of humanity, pieces that would need to be gathered and reunited, a process that would require finding every bearer of humanity's essence and taking what they carried within them. The slave knight had come to the Ringed City, seeking these fragments, following a path that would eventually lead him to the pygmy lords who possessed the largest pieces of the divided dark soul. His arrival in the city preceded the Ashen Ones by some unknown span of time being unreliable in this place that existed partially outside its normal flow, and his presence would have consequences that would fundamentally alter what the Ashen One discovered when they finally broke Filianor's seal. Gale moved through the Ringed City with the determination of one who had been given purpose after ages of meaningless service, who had found something worth fighting for after so long serving causes he did not truly care about. The Ringed Knights who might have stopped him were no match for a warrior who had survived conflicts across ages uncounted, whose skill at arms had been honed through more battles than most kingdoms had witnessed in their entire existence. He found the pygmy lords in whatever chambers or halls they occupied within the city, those descendants or inheritors of the furtive pygmy, who carried within them the largest fragments of the original dark soul. What passed between Gale and the pygmy lords can only be guessed at whether they resisted or welcomed him, whether they understood what he sought, or were confused by his quest, whether they saw in him liberation or simply another form of violation. What is certain is that Gale took from them what he sought, consuming the dark soul fragments they carried, drawing into himself the concentrated essence of humanity's birthright. But the dark soul was not meant to be contained within a single being, not designed to exist as unified whole within one vessel. The pygmy had divided it for reasons that went beyond mere generosity, had understood that this power needed to be distributed to remain stable. That concentration would lead to consequences that transcended the capacity of any individual to control. As Gale consumed fragment after fragment of the dark soul, as he gathered within himself the scattered pieces of humanity's birthright, he began to change in ways that went beyond physical transformation. The darkness he was accumulating was too much for any single being to contain, too powerful to be held without being consumed by it in turn, too fundamental to be possessed without being transformed by the possession. The slave knight who had sought the dark soul as a gift for a painted girl, who had embarked on this quest out of devotion and hope and the desire to create something better than what existed, found himself becoming something he had never intended. The dark soul was changing him, transforming him, consuming his identity, even as he consumed the fragments that carried it. The devoted servant was becoming a monster. The selfless knight was being warped into something that would threaten everything he had sought to protect. But this transformation was not immediate, not instantaneous upon first consumption of the dark soul's fragments. It was a process that would take time, that would reach its culmination only after Gale had consumed every piece he could find, after he had gathered within himself the full weight of humanity's birthright. And that culmination would occur not in the ringed city as it appeared when sealed and sleeping, but in the reality that would be revealed when Filianor's egg was finally broken and the illusion of Gwyn's gift was shattered completely. The stage was set for revelations that would transform understanding of everything that had come before, for truths that had been sealed away to be finally exposed, for the breaking of illusions that had persisted across ages beyond counting. The ringed city waited in its temporal prison. Filianor slept her endless sleep. The ringed knights patrolled their eternal routes, and slave knight Gale pursued his dark and desperate quest, all of them bound to purposes established ages ago, but all of them approaching the moment when those purposes would be fulfilled or finally revealed as the lies and tragedies they had always been. Below the streets of the ringed city, beneath even the swamp where humanity pooled in dark and patient waiting, there existed depths that few had ever explored, and fewer still had returned from with their sanity intact. These were not merely physical spaces carved from stone and earth, but rather locations that existed at the intersection of the material world and something else, places where reality thinned, and the boundaries between what was and what should not be became dangerously permeable. The descent into these depths required passage through tunnels that seemed to have been created, not through excavation but through some process of dissolution, as if the stone itself had been persuaded to move aside, rather than being carved away. The walls bore no tool marks, no evidence of human or even divine labor, suggesting that these passages had formed through means that transcended conventional engineering or even the magical construction techniques that had built the city above. As one descended deeper, the nature of the space began to change in ways that defied normal spatial relationships. Tunnels that should have been horizontal seemed to slope at angles that consciousness struggled to process correctly. Chambers that appeared small from one angle revealed themselves as vast when approached from another direction. Distance became unreliable, with some passages taking far longer to traverse than their apparent length suggested, while others seemed to compress space in ways that allowed impossible shortcuts through solid stone. The air itself was different here, thick with something that was not quite moisture and not quite the emanations of the dark soul, but rather some third substance that partook of both. Breathing it required a kind of mental adjustment, an acceptance that one's lungs were processing something that operated according to rules that did not quite match those of normal atmosphere. It was not harmful, exactly, but it was profoundly alien, a reminder that these depths existed in a state that was neither fully part of the world nor completely separate from it. Throughout these tunnels and chambers moved things that had once been human, but had been transformed by prolonged exposure to the accumulated darkness, beings that had descended into the depths, seeking something or fleeing something, and had found only transformation into forms that their previous selves would not have recognized. They shambled or crawled or moved in ways that suggested neither shambling nor crawling, but some third mode of locomotion, their purposes as opaque as everything else in this realm beneath reality's normal layers. But the depths were not empty of purpose or guardianship, for Gwyn had understood that the ringed city alone might not be sufficient to contain humanity's darkness, that additional measures might be necessary to ensure that what was sealed away could never break free to threaten his Age of Fire. He had required a final guardian, a being that would watch over the depths where the dark accumulated most thickly, that would destroy anything that tried to access the concentrated essence of the dark soul that pooled below the city. For this purpose, he had raised a dragon, or rather had taken one of the descendants of the great dragons who had survived the ancient war and had shaped it through means both gentle and terrible into something that would serve his needs. This was Midir, who came to be known as Dark Eater, whose purpose was defined entirely by his relationship to the darkness he was meant to consume and destroy. Midir was not one of the everlasting dragons who had ruled the grey world before the Age of Fire. For those ancient beings were all gone, destroyed in Gwyn's war, or fled to hiding places, so remote that they had passed beyond the world's memory entirely. He was instead a descendant, one of the imperfect dragons who had been born after the Age of Fire began, creatures who possessed scales of stone like their ancestors, but lacked the complete immortality that had characterized the everlasting ones. Yet even as a descendant, rather than an ancient original, Midir was magnificent and terrible beyond description. His form combined the familiar shape of dragons known from legend and history with elements that spoke to his specific purpose and the shaping he had undergone to serve Gwyn's needs. His scales were dark, not with the grey of the ancient world, but with a darkness that suggested he had been prepared for his role through exposure to the very thing he was meant to consume. Gwyn had given Midir a singular duty that would define his entire existence across ages. Beyond counting, he was to devour the dark wherever it accumulated in the depths below the ringed city, to consume the fragments of the dark soul that might escape the seals above, to serve as a final barrier between humanity's birthright and the world where it might threaten the Age of Fire. In return for this service, in recognition of the burden that such duty would place upon him, the dragon was granted status and honor, acknowledged as a guardian rather than a mere tool. But the relationship between Midir and the darkness he was meant to consume was more complex and more tragic than simple predation or elimination. The dark soul was not merely fuel to be digested or waste to be removed, but rather an essence with its own nature and properties, something that affected those who came into contact with it in ways that transcended simple physical interaction. Each time Midir consumed darkness, each fragment of the dark soul he devoured in his eternal guardianship of the depths, he took that darkness into himself, not merely as food, but as something that would remain within him, accumulating, building up across the ages like poison in the body of one who consumes small amounts daily without realizing how the tiny doses are combining into something eventually fatal. For years beyond counting, for ages that stretched across the entire span of the Age of Fire, from its brightest days to its exhausted twilight, Midir performed his duty faithfully and without question. He patrolled the depths below the ringed city, his massive form moving through spaces that would have crushed smaller beings, his senses attuned to detect even the smallest concentration of darkness that might threaten to escape or accumulate beyond acceptable levels. When he found such accumulations, when fragments of the dark soul pooled or concentrated or tried to manifest in ways that might breach the seals Gwyn had established, Midir would consume them completely, drawing the darkness into himself and thereby preventing it from spreading to the world above. He was the perfect guardian in this sense, absolutely dedicated to his purpose, never questioning or hesitating in his eternal task. But perfection in service does not guarantee safety from the consequences of that service, and Midir's dedication to consuming darkness meant that he was constantly exposing himself to the very thing he was meant to protect the world from. The dark soul fragments he devoured did not simply disappear upon consumption, but remained within him, their essence mixing with his own, slowly transforming him from guardian of light into something that partook increasingly of the darkness he fought. The corruption was gradual, so slow that it would have been imperceptible to any observer who did not watch Midir across the full span of ages, but it was also inexorable, as inevitable as the fading of the first flame itself. Each fragment of darkness consumed added to the accumulation within him. Each act of guardianship brought him closer to becoming the very thing he was meant to destroy. Each demonstration of perfect duty hastened his transformation from protector into threat. His scales, which had once possessed the stone-like quality inherited from his ancient ancestors, began to take on a deeper darkness that spoke of corruption from within rather than merely coloration from without. His eyes, which should have gleamed with whatever light dragons possess in the depths of their ancient minds, grew dim and clouded, seeing less of the world and more of the darkness that accumulated behind them. His movements, once purposeful and precise, became increasingly erratic, driven not by conscious decision, but by compulsions born from the accumulated dark within him. The tragedy of Midir's corruption lay not merely in what was happening to him, but in the fact that he could not stop it, could not refuse his duty even as he recognized what that duty was doing to him. He was bound to his purpose by oaths or magic, or simply by the weight of ages spent in service, bound so thoroughly that abandoning his post would have been as impossible as willing his heart to stop beating or his lungs to cease their eternal work. More terrible still was the recognition, if Midir possessed enough consciousness to have such recognition, that his corruption served no one's interests and fulfilled no noble purpose. He was destroying himself to protect a seal that imprisoned people who had done nothing wrong, to maintain a cage built from fear and lies, to serve the long-dead purposes of a god who had valued his own age over the well-being of those who would come after. As the ages accumulated and the corruption spread deeper, as the darkness Midir had consumed began to overwhelm his capacity to contain it, his descent from guardian to threat became increasingly apparent to any who might have observed him. The dragon who had once moved through the depths with purpose and precision now thrashed and raged, his attacks driven by pain and confusion rather than protective instinct, his very presence becoming a danger to the city he had been raised to protect. The physical manifestations of his corruption were terrible to behold for those rare beings who ventured deep enough to encounter him. His scales wept with a substance that was neither blood nor the dark itself, but something that combined properties of both, a fluid that suggested his body was trying to expel the corruption, but lacked any mechanism to successfully do so. His breath, which should have been fire or lightning or whatever element dragons naturally commanded, was instead a mixture of flame and darkness that spoke to the war being waged within him between his original nature and what he was becoming. His very presence had begun to affect the space around him in ways that transcended normal physical influence. The stone near where he moved would take on properties of the darkness, becoming slick and difficult to traverse, while the air would grow heavy, with an oppression that was as much spiritual as atmospheric. The depths that he guarded had themselves become corrupted through prolonged exposure to a guardian who was no longer able to contain what he consumed. Yet even in his corruption, even as the darkness transformed him into something monstrous and dangerous, Midir retained enough of his original purpose that he continued to try to perform his duty. He attacked anything that entered the depths, treating all intruders as potential threats to the seal he was meant to protect, unable to distinguish between those who might genuinely threaten the ringed city and those who were simply lost or seeking passage through his domain. His attacks combined the physical might of a dragon with the strange properties of the darkness that had corrupted him, creating combat encounters that were as confusing as they were dangerous. He would sweep his massive form through spaces that seemed too small to contain him, his movements generating waves of force and shadow that could crush or corrupt those caught in their path. His breath weapon, that mixture of fire and darkness, would pour forth in streams that transformed whatever they touched, burning and corrupting simultaneously, in ways that defied attempts to protect against either element alone. But for all the danger he represented, for all the corruption that had transformed him from guardian into threat, Midir remained ultimately a tragic figure rather than a villainous one. He had not chosen this fate, had not sought corruption or embraced darkness willingly. He had simply performed the duty that had been laid upon him by beings who either did not foresee the consequences or considered those consequences acceptable prices for the protection they believed he was providing. The depths where Midir made his final stand became a realm of accumulated tragedy, where the darkness he had consumed mixed with his own corruption to create an atmosphere of profound sadness mixed with danger. The walls wept with the same dark substance that leaked from his scales, while the air carried echoes of roars that might have been pain or rage, or simply the sound of a being who had existed too long in service to a purpose that was destroying him. Below even Midir's domain, in chasms that descended to depths that defied measurement or comprehension, the true accumulation of darkness waited. This was where the fragments of the dark soul that escaped the seals above would eventually settle if Midir failed to consume them, where humanity's essence pooled in concentrations so dense that it began to take on properties that transcended any individual bearer of darkness. These depths were not merely dark, but actively opposed to light in ways that went beyond simple absence of illumination. Light brought into these spaces would dim and fail, not because it was being blocked, but because the darkness here was strong enough to overcome it, to assert its own presence so thoroughly that light could not persist in its vicinity. This was not the abyss, not darkness corrupted and twisted into something destructive, but rather the dark soul in its most concentrated form, revealing properties that Gwyn had feared, and that even humanity itself had perhaps never fully understood. Walking in these deepest depths required adaptations that went beyond mere courage or skill at arms. One needed to accept the darkness rather than fighting against it, to allow it to surround and even permeate one's being, without succumbing to fear or the belief that darkness was inherently harmful. Those who descended while believing Gwyn's propaganda about darkness being evil or corrupting would find their fears manifesting, would experience the dark as hostile because they approached it with hostility. But those who could accept darkness as simply another aspect of existence, who could recognize the dark soul for what it truly was rather than what they had been taught to fear, might find the depths less hostile than strange, less dangerous than profoundly alien to everything the Age of Fire had taught them to expect. It was into these depths that Midir had eventually descended, whether driven there by his corruption or following some instinct that suggested the deepest darkness might offer relief or understanding or simply an end to his suffering. The dragon who had been raised to guard the ringed city from above now made his final stand in a chasm so far below the city that the connection between his location and his original purpose had become metaphorical rather than literal. The chasm where Midir could be found was less a physical space and more a wound in reality, a place where the world had been damaged by the accumulated weight of too much darkness in too concentrated a form. Its walls were not stone, but something that resembled stone the way shadow resembles the object that casts it. Substance that existed but did not quite cohere into normal matter. The floor was uneven and treacherous, covered with the accumulated sediment of ages spent as a repository for what could not be allowed to remain above. Here, in this place at the bottom of everything, Midir waited or raged or simply existed in whatever state a corrupted dragon occupies when there is nowhere left to flee and no purpose remaining beyond the moment-to-moment experience of being. His form was barely recognizable as draconic anymore. So thoroughly had the corruption transformed him, so completely had the accumulated darkness reshaped what he had been into something new and terrible. Those who descended to face him in his chasm found themselves in combat that transcended normal conflict, fighting not merely a corrupted dragon, but a being that had become a living embodiment of what happens when duty and devotion are pushed beyond all reasonable limits. Every attack Midir launched carried within it the weight of ages spent in service. Every movement spoke to power that had been honed through endless practice. Every moment of the battle was a demonstration of what a guardian becomes when the thing they guard corrupts them completely. His breath weapon in the chasm was no longer the mixture of fire and dark that he had wielded in his earlier corruption, but rather something that seemed to be pure, concentrated darkness, streams of the dark soul's essence that he vomited forth not as attack, but as desperate attempt to expel what he could no longer contain. The substance would spread across the floor of the chasm, creating pools that functioned both as hazard and as evidence of just how much darkness Midir had accumulated within himself across his ages of service. The combat itself was exhausting beyond mere physical fatigue, for fighting in the depths meant fighting against the oppression of accumulated darkness, meant maintaining one's sense of self and purpose in an environment that seemed designed to erode both. Every blow struck against Midir was also a blow against the tragedy of his existence, an attempt to free him from the burden of duty that had destroyed him more thoroughly than any enemy ever could. When Midir finally fell, when the accumulated damage overcame even his draconic resilience and ancient durability, his death was not triumphant release but rather quiet tragedy, the ending of a story that should never have been written. The corruption that had sustained him in his later years fled his body as he died, returning to the depths from which it had come, leaving behind only the shell of what had once been a magnificent guardian, corrupted beyond recognition by the duty he had been given. His death served multiple purposes, some immediate and some that would only become clear in retrospect. Most obviously, it removed a dangerous threat from the depths, ensured that the corrupted dragon would no longer attack those who ventured into his domain. But more profoundly, it represented a kind of mercy, a release from service that had become torture, freedom from a duty that had destroyed the being who performed it. The dragon who had been raised to eat darkness, who had consumed fragment after fragment of the dark soul in service to Gwyn's fear and the Age of Fire's perpetuation, finally found rest in the depths he had guarded for so long. His body would remain in the chasm as monument to dedication pushed beyond reason, as warning about the costs of service without question, as evidence that even the most faithful guardians can be destroyed by the very things they are meant to protect against. Midir's story illuminated truths about the nature of the cycle and the Age of Fire that went beyond his individual tragedy. His corruption demonstrated that darkness was not merely something that could be sealed away or consumed without consequence, that the dark soul possessed properties that transcended simple elimination through force or will. His fate suggested that Gwyn's entire approach to dealing with humanity's birthright had been fundamentally flawed, based on assumptions that darkness could be controlled through the same means that had allowed light to triumph in the war against the ancient dragons. The depths themselves, after Midir's death, became quieter, but no less strange. The accumulated darkness persisting in its concentrated form, but no longer animated by the dragon's corrupted presence. The chasm remained as wound in reality. The pools of expelled darkness continued their slow movements, according to principles that had nothing to do with normal physics. But the immediate threat of the Guardian had been removed, allowing passage to those brave or foolish enough to venture to the bottom of everything. Yet even in death, even with the Guardian fallen and the depths open to exploration, the question remained of what purpose this accumulation of darkness served. Why Gwyn had felt it necessary to create not merely the seal of the ringed city above, but also this reservoir of concentrated dark soul essence below. The answer lay in understanding that the ringed city was not merely a prison, but also a repository, not just a cage to contain humanity, but a vessel to collect and concentrate their birthright, in forms that could be controlled or potentially destroyed if the need arose. Gwyn had feared not merely that humanity would claim their birthright, but that the dark soul itself, if allowed to remain distributed among all humans, would eventually accumulate enough power to threaten the Age of Fire, regardless of what seals or prisons were established. By creating the ringed city and the depths below it, by establishing Midir as guardian and consumer of darkness, he had attempted to create a system that would gradually drain the dark soul from humanity entirely, collecting it in a place where it could be monitored and potentially eliminated. But like so many of Gwyn's plans, this one had failed to account for fundamental truths about the nature of what he was trying to control. The dark soul could not be destroyed through consumption, any more than light could be destroyed by being looked at. It persisted, it accumulated, it transformed those who tried to eliminate it, and ultimately it remained as enduring and fundamental as it had been since the furtive pygmy first divided it among the hollows in the Age of Fire's dawn. Midir's sacrifice, if it could be called sacrifice rather than simply prolonged execution of duty unto death, had accomplished nothing of lasting value. The darkness remained, humanity's birthright persisted, and the only real result of his ages of service was his own corruption and eventual death. He had been a faithful guardian who had given everything to his purpose, and his reward had been transformation into the very thing he was meant to destroy, followed finally by death at the hands of those who had to defeat him to progress toward purposes he would never understand. The depths at the bottom of the ringed city stood as monument to this failure, testament to the futility of trying to eliminate or control fundamental aspects of existence through force or fear. The darkness pooled and waited with the patience that darkness has always possessed, unchanged by Midir's consumption of fragments, undiminished by ages spent sealed away, enduring as it has always endured, while the Age of Fire that feared it guttered toward its inevitable ending. The moment of touching the egg was not dramatic in the way that legends and prophecies might suggest such moments should be, not accompanied by thunder or divine voices, or any of the theatrical elements that tend to mark world-changing events in stories told after the fact. It was instead quiet and almost gentle, a simple physical contact between hand and shell, the kind of mundane gesture that happens countless times each day, in contexts that mean nothing at all. Yet the consequences of that touch were immediate and absolute. Reality, responding not to the gesture itself, but to what that gesture represented, the breaking of a seal that had held for ages beyond counting, the shattering of an illusion that had been maintained since the Age of Fire's beginning, the ending of Filianor's sleep, and with it, the ending of the temporal prison that her slumber had sustained. The egg crumbled, not slowly or with resistance, but instantly and completely, its shell dissolving into ash and fragments that scattered like snow in wind that had not been blowing a moment before. Filianor's eyes opened, those organs that had been closed for so long that the very concept of opening them seemed to have become foreign to their function. And in that opening was a moment of consciousness returning after absence so prolonged it transcended normal understanding of what absence means. But the young goddess who had been sleeping since Gwyn's reign now woke not to the world she had known but to something altogether different, her eyes registering not the church where she had been laid to rest, but rather emptiness and distance, and the recognition that everything familiar had vanished while she slept. Her expression in that moment, before everything changed again, suggested not horror or fear, but rather a profound sadness, an understanding that the sacrifice she had made had accomplished nothing of lasting value, that her ages of sleep had been wasted in service to lies that were now collapsing around her. Then she crumbled, her form dissolving just as the egg had dissolved, not dying in any conventional sense, but simply ceasing to be present, returning to whatever realm divine beings inhabit, when they are not manifesting in the world of form and matter. Whether this dissolution was death or release or transformation into something else remained unclear, but its effect was undeniable. The final seal upon the ringed city had been broken, and with its breaking came the revelation of truth that had been hidden for so long. The church began to decay, its stones aging in moments by years that should have taken millennia to accumulate, the magic that had preserved it finally failing, as the seal it had been designed to maintain dissolved. The walls cracked and crumbled, the ceiling sagged and collapsed, the floor broke apart to reveal depths below that had not been visible when the illusion held. Everything that had seemed solid and permanent revealed itself as temporary, maintained only through magical stasis that could not persist once its anchor was removed. But the decay extended far beyond the church, spreading outward through the entire ringed city like a wave of temporal correction, reality asserting itself after ages of being held in unnatural suspension. The buildings that had stood pristine despite their ancient origins began to show their true age, their stones weathering and eroding as centuries of deferred decay caught up to them in moments. The streets cracked and buckled, the walls sagged and fell, the entire architecture of the prison city revealing itself as illusion, or at least as preservation that could not continue without the seal to maintain it. The ringed knights who had patrolled for ages beyond counting continued their routes for a few moments more, their dedication to duty so profound that even the collapse of everything around them could not immediately break their pattern. But then they too began to falter, their movements growing uncertain, their sealed armor starting to crack and fail as the magic that had bound them to eternal service finally released its hold. Some fell where they stood, their bodies collapsing into ash as whatever force had sustained them departed. Others seemed to wake from long dreams, their helmeted heads turning to regard the destruction around them with what might have been confusion or relief, or simply exhausted recognition that their vigil had finally ended. The world itself was changing, not merely the city, but the very fabric of reality in which the city existed. The light was wrong, the color of everything shifting toward tones that suggested not day or night, but rather some third state that existed between or beyond both. The sky, visible now through the church's collapsed ceiling, was no longer the indeterminate grey that had characterized the sealed city, but rather something that suggested vast distance and impossible age, as if one were looking not up, but out across an expanse that transcended normal spatial dimensions. Then came the final transformation, the revelation of what had truly been hidden beneath Villianor's seal and the illusion of Gwyn's gift. The world lurched, reality shifting in ways that consciousness struggled to process, and suddenly the ringed city was gone entirely, replaced by something that was both its truth and its ending, the reality that had been concealed beneath the beautiful lie. This was an ashen wasteland, a desert of grey sand and broken stone that stretched to horizons so distant they seemed to exist at the edge of perception itself. Everything that had been the ringed city was now revealed as ruin. Not merely decayed, but long since reduced to fragments and dust, scattered across a landscape that suggested ages of abandonment and erosion. The walls that had seemed so mighty were now nothing but scattered stones half buried in ash. The buildings were foundations at best, outlines in the dust that hinted at structures that had ceased to exist so long ago that even their memory had nearly faded. The sky above this wasteland was wrong in ways that transcended mere colour or illumination, a red sun hanging low on the horizon like a wound in the heavens, its light the colour of old blood or perhaps simply exhaustion, weakness made visible. This was not the sun of the Age of Fire, not Gwyn's light made manifest, but rather what remained of that celestial body after ages beyond counting, after the flame had been linked and relit and linked again so many times that even the sun itself had grown tired. The air was thick with ash that drifted constantly, never settling, creating an atmosphere that was neither quite solid nor quite gas, but rather something that existed between states. Breathing it required accepting into one's lungs the accumulated dust of ages, the physical remains of kingdoms and peoples and ages that had been and were no more. Each breath was an act of consumption, taking into oneself the material history of a world that had lasted far too long. This was the true state of the world at time's end, the reality that Filianor's seal had been hiding, the truth that Gwyn's gift had been designed to prevent anyone from discovering. The ringed city had not been preserved in some pocket of time that had protected it from the world's decay. Rather, it had already fallen, had crumbled to ruin ages ago, and what had been maintained was merely an illusion, a memory of what the city had been projected over the reality of what it had become. The revelation suggested terrible truths about the nature of time and the consequences of the linking cycle. How much time had actually passed since Gwyn sealed the ringed city? How many ages had turned and kingdoms had risen and fallen while the illusion suggested the city remained pristine? The ashen wasteland spoke to spans of time that transcended human comprehension, suggested that the world visible from the Great Plateau and Lothric and all the other kingdoms the Ashen One had traversed was itself somehow sustained by similar illusions or temporal manipulations, that reality's true state was far more decayed than anyone still living understood. The linking of the fire had not merely preserved the Age of Fire, but had created temporal distortions that allowed different parts of the world to exist in different states of decay, some still vital and populated while others had already reached this terminal state of exhaustion and collapse. The ringed city's revelation suggested that eventually, inevitably, all of it would reach this same condition. All the kingdoms and peoples and struggles would be reduced to ash and dust blown across wastelands lit by dying suns. Yet the wasteland was not entirely empty, not completely devoid of life or consciousness or purpose. In the distance, barely visible through the drifting ash and the red light of the exhausted sun, a figure could be seen, hunched and massive, moving with purpose through the grey sand. This was what remained of Slave Knight Gale, or rather, what Gale had become in his quest to gather the dark soul for the painted girl, transformed by the consumption of humanity's birthright into something that transcended his original nature. Gale had succeeded in his impossible task, had found the Pygmy Lords in whatever state they existed within the ringed city before its illusion shattered, had consumed the fragments of the dark soul that they carried within them. But the success had come at a cost that made the achievement meaningless in any personal sense. For the Gale who had completed the quest was no longer the devoted knight who had begun it. The dark soul had transformed him, not through malice or corruption, in the sense of the abyss, but simply through the fundamental incompatibility between what he was and what he was trying to contain. The fragments of humanity's birthright were not meant to be unified within a single being, not designed to exist as concentrated whole rather than distributed pieces. The pygmy had divided the dark soul for reasons that went beyond generosity, understanding something about its nature that later ages had forgotten or never known. When Gale consumed the dark soul fragments, when he drew into himself the concentrated essence of humanity's birthright, he began to change in ways that went far beyond physical transformation. His consciousness was overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of what he contained, his individual identity drowning in the collective weight of countless humanities, his purpose and devotion consumed by the very thing he had sought to claim as gift for another. The figure that moved through the ashen wasteland was barely recognizable as the knight who had climbed to the ringed city with hope and determination. Gale's form had grown massive and twisted, his body warped by the dark soul's presence into something that suggested humanity taken to grotesque extremes. His armor, which had once fit him as second skin, now hung loose, or was incorporated into flesh that had grown beyond its original boundaries, metal and meat fusing in ways that created something neither fully biological nor completely mechanical. Most terrible was what had happened to his mind. The consciousness that had once been Gale now fragmented and scattered across the vast interior landscape of the dark soul he contained. He was no longer truly himself in any meaningful sense, no longer capable of the devotion and purpose that had defined his existence. What remained was something like madness but more profound, a state of being where identity itself had become uncertain, where the boundary between self and the countless humanities he carried had dissolved into something that was neither singular nor properly plural. Yet, even in this transformed and tragic state, some echo of Gale's original purpose persisted, some fragment of intention that had survived the dissolution of everything else. He moved through the wasteland not randomly or without direction, but rather as if seeking something, searching for some final piece that would complete his collection, some last fragment of the dark soul that remained unclaimed. His movements suggested both purpose and its loss, determination and confusion, existing simultaneously in ways that defied normal understanding of consciousness and intent. The approach toward this transformed knight meant traversing the ashen wasteland itself, walking across grey sand that bore the accumulated weight of ages, past the scattered ruins of what had once been the ringed city, and perhaps other kingdoms as well, structures so broken and eroded that identifying their origins had become impossible. The landscape was not merely empty but exhausted, drained of everything that makes places feel vital or alive, reduced to the fundamental elements of stone and ash, and the tired light of a sun that seemed on the verge of finally giving up its ancient vigil. The wasteland spoke to endings in ways that transcended mere physical decay, suggesting not just the death of kingdoms or peoples, but the approaching conclusion of existence itself, the point where even the fundamental structures that allowed reality to persist would finally fail. This was what waited at the end of the linking cycle, the terminal state that all the sacrifices and relinkings had merely postponed, the truth that Gwyn had feared and tried to prevent through sealing humanity's birthright and perpetuating his age beyond all reason. As the distance closed between observer and the transformed Gale, the full extent of his metamorphosis became increasingly apparent. His size was immense, dwarfing normal human proportions in ways that suggested either growth or perhaps the accumulation of multiple humanities into a single form, as if the bodies and essences of all those whose dark soul fragments he had consumed had somehow added their mass to his own. His movements were jerky and uncertain, suggesting either pain or confusion, or perhaps simply the difficulty of coordinating a form that had grown beyond the capacity of a single consciousness to properly control. Most disturbing was the way darkness leaked from him constantly. Not the controlled manifestation of someone wielding the Dark Soul's power, but rather involuntary emission, as if his body could not properly contain what it held and was constantly losing fragments of the very thing he had sacrificed everything to gather. Streams of humanity flowed from wounds in his warped flesh, pooling around his feet before being blown away by winds that moved the ash but seemed to have no effect on anything more substantial. The moment when Gale's attention finally focused on the approaching figure was marked by a change in his movements, a shift from aimless searching to purposeful aggression that suggested whatever consciousness remained within the transformed knight had identified something it needed. Whether he recognized the Ashen One as another bearer of the Dark Soul's fragments, as potential source for the completion of his collection, or whether he simply attacked out of the madness that had claimed him, the result was the same combat at the end of the world, battle in the Ashen Wasteland, under the dying Sunday. Gale's attacks were unlike anything that normal warriors could produce, combining the physical might of his transformed body with manifestations of the Dark Soul's power that created effects transcending normal combat. He wielded a great sword that seemed too large for even his massive form, swinging it with a combination of technique that suggested remembered skill and wild abandon that spoke to lost control. Each strike carried not merely physical force, but something else, an essence that damaged not just bodies, but something deeper, something that existed at the level where identity and consciousness interface with physical form. His crossbow, that simple weapon he had carried since his days of slavery, remained with him even in transformation, upgraded and modified, but still recognizably the same tool he had used across ages of service. He would fire it seemingly at random, bolts whistling through the ash-thick air to strike with force that could pierce armor and flesh alike. Mechanical precision, married to the chaos of his damaged mind. But it was the Dark Soul itself that provided Gale's most devastating attacks. Manifestations of humanity's birthright wielded without understanding or control, but with raw power that suggested what the Dark Soul might be capable of if properly mastered. He would summon storms of darkness that would sweep across the battlefield, create barriers of concentrated humanity that could block attacks or trap opponents, generate explosions of pure dark that would erupt from the ground without warning or apparent cause. The battle that unfolded in the wasteland was epic in the classical sense, a conflict that transcended mere personal stakes to become something mythic, the final confrontation between one who sought the Dark Soul and one who had consumed it to the point of being consumed by it in turn. The grey sand was torn up by attacks that carved furrows deep enough to swallow houses. The ash was blown away in great clouds that revealed the ancient stone beneath. The very air seemed to vibrate with the energies being unleashed. Yet for all its grandeur and terrible beauty, the battle was ultimately tragic rather than triumphant, a conflict that had no winners regardless of its outcome. If Gale prevailed, he would claim the final fragments of the Dark Soul he needed, but would have no capacity to use them for the purpose he had originally intended, would simply continue existing in his transformed state with no hope of recovery or return to who he had been. If the Ashen One prevailed, they would claim the Dark Soul from Gale's corpse, but only after killing the devoted knight, whose quest had led to this terrible conclusion. The fight pushed both combatants to their absolute limits, demanding everything they possessed in terms of skill and endurance and will. Gale's attacks required constant vigilance and perfect timing to avoid or counter, his patterns shifting between remembered technique and pure instinct in ways that defied prediction. The Dark Soul's manifestations created hazards that persisted across the battlefield, areas of accumulated darkness that would damage anything that entered them, barriers that would need to be navigated or destroyed before normal combat could resume. But the Ashen One possessed advantages that Gale's madness could not overcome, not least of which was the clarity of mind that the Slave Knight had lost in his transformation. Where Gale's attacks were powerful but chaotic, the Ashen One could fight with strategy and adaptation, learning his patterns and exploiting the openings that even his overwhelming power could not completely eliminate. Where Gale's form was massive but unwieldy, the Ashen One maintained the mobility and precision that had allowed them to defeat the Lords of Cinder and countless other threats. As the battle progressed and damage accumulated on both sides, as the grey sand became slick with blood both red and dark, as exhaustion began to claim even warriors who had transcended normal human limitations, Gale's attacks began to shift once more. The dark soul within him was reaching some critical state, its power manifesting in ways that suggested the boundary between container and contained was finally dissolving completely. His form began to leak darkness more freely, great gouts of humanity pouring from him as if his body was rupturing under the pressure of what it held. His attacks became more desperate and more powerful in equal measure. The dark soul's full might finally being brought to bear not through conscious choice, but through the simple fact that Gale could no longer contain or control it. He had become a vessel that was shattering, and the contents were escaping in ways that made him more dangerous, even as they suggested his approaching end. The final phase of combat pushed both warriors to states beyond normal endurance, beyond the point where bodies should have failed and consciousness should have surrendered to exhaustion or injury. But neither could afford to falter, for the stakes transcended mere survival, encompassing questions about the dark soul's nature and humanity's future, and whether all the suffering and sacrifice had served any purpose beyond perpetuating a cycle that should have been allowed to end. When Gael finally fell, when the accumulated damage overcame even the dark soul's power to sustain his transformed body, his collapse was both immediate and strangely gentle, the massive form crumpling to the grey sand like a puppet whose strings had been cut. The darkness that had been leaking from him poured out in a final rush, pooling around his body before beginning to dissipate into the ash-thick air, returning to whatever state uncontained fragments of the dark soul naturally occupy. His death was not accompanied by final words or dramatic gestures, for the consciousness that might have produced such things had been lost long ago in the transformation. What died in the ashen wasteland was not really Gale in any meaningful sense, but rather the shell that had once contained him, the body that had been warped beyond recognition by the very thing he had sought to claim. The devoted knight who had climbed to the ringed city with purpose and hope had died much earlier, dissolved into the dark soul he consumed, leaving behind only this mockery of what he had been. Yet from his corpse, from the blood that pooled dark and strange in the grey sand, could be claimed what remained of the dark soul, the concentrated essence of humanity's birthright that Gale had spent ages gathering and that his death now made available to another. This was what the painted girl had needed, what Gale had sacrificed everything to obtain, the pigment that could paint a new world to replace one that had grown old and corrupt and exhausted. The blood of the dark soul was thick and viscous, more like tar than any normal fluid, carrying within it not merely the fragments that Gale had consumed, but something of what those fragments represented, the accumulated essence of humanity across ages beyond counting, the birthright that had been sealed away and fought over and feared by gods who could not accept that their age was meant to end. Claiming it meant taking responsibility for all that history, accepting the weight of everything that the dark soul had meant and done, and been across the full span of the Age of Fire. The wasteland remained after Gale's fall, unchanged by the battle that had been fought across its grey expanse, indifferent to the tragedy that had played out under its dying Sunday. The ash continued to drift, The red light continued to illuminate nothing of importance. The scattered ruins continued their slow dissolution into dust. This was the world at time's end. The truth that had been hidden beneath Filianor's seal. The reality that awaited everything if the cycle continued to its terminal conclusion. Yet in the blood of the dark soul, in the pigment claimed from Gale's corpse, lay the possibility of something different. The chance to create a new world that would be cold and dark and very gentle, a refuge from the cycles and cruelties of the world that was ending. Whether such creation would solve anything or merely postpone problems into a new context remained uncertain, but it represented at minimum the possibility of escape, the chance that not everyone would need to burn or hollow or be ground down by the weight of ages pressing endlessly forward. The painted girl waited in her painted world, ready to use the dark soul's blood to create something new, to paint an alternative to the exhausted reality that had produced such suffering across its long existence. Whether her new world would be better than what came before, whether it would avoid the mistakes and cruelties that had characterized the Age of Fire, whether it would provide the gentle refuge she imagined, or simply recreate familiar problems in unfamiliar contexts. These questions had no answers, only the hope that sometimes beginning again is better than continuing what has already failed. The journey back from the ashen wasteland at time's end was not a simple retracing of steps or a straightforward return to familiar territories, for one who had witnessed the truth beneath Filianor's seal could not unsee what had been revealed, could not unknow the terminal exhaustion that awaited all things if the cycle continued its pattern of endless repetition. The Ashen One who emerged from that grey desert carried more than the blood of the dark soul claimed from Gale's corpse. They carried the weight of understanding what the linking of the fire had truly created across ages beyond measure. Yet despite this knowledge, despite the revelation of how thoroughly the world had decayed beneath its maintained illusions, the path forward remained clear in its terrible simplicity. The Lords of Cinder had been gathered, their ashes returned to their thrones in Firelink Shrine through combat and compulsion. Prince Lothric's refusal had been overcome through force, his body and that of his brother Lorien defeated in their high tower, their combined essence claimed to fulfill the prophecy they had rejected. All the pieces were in place for the final journey, the approach to the kiln of the first flame where Gwyn had made his original sacrifice and where countless others had burned themselves away across the ages that followed. The path to the kiln existed outside normal geography, accessible not through walking or climbing but through something closer to transition between states of being, passage from the world of kingdoms and peoples into a realm that existed at reality's foundation, where the first flame had always burned, and where its fading had always threatened to unmake everything that fire had created. This was a journey through layers of existence, descending through the accumulated weight of ages toward the heart of everything, the place where disparity had first entered a grey world, and where it might finally be allowed to fade. The approach took the Ashen One through spaces that seemed to exist between moments, landscapes that were simultaneously memory and present reality, echoes of kingdoms that had risen and fallen across the long ages of fire, ruins piled upon ruins in patterns that suggested not merely the Dreg Heap's chaotic collapse, but rather something more intentional, a deliberate arrangement of remnants that formed a pathway through time itself, allowing passage from the present moment back toward origins that predated everything familiar. These transitional spaces were haunted not by enemies in any conventional sense, but by the accumulated weight of history itself, by the presence of countless souls who had made this journey before, and whose essence still clung to the path they had walked. The very air was thick with memory and purpose, with the determination of those who had sacrificed themselves and the despair of those who had discovered too late that their sacrifice accomplished nothing of lasting value. Walking this path meant confronting not merely physical challenges but spiritual and existential ones, facing questions about purpose and meaning that had no easy answers, that perhaps had no answers at all, beyond what each individual chose to believe in the moment of choice. Why continue forward when the destination was known to be futile? Why link the fire when the ashen wasteland proved that all linkings led ultimately to the same exhausted end? Why participate in a cycle that had demonstrably failed to achieve anything beyond the postponement of inevitable conclusions? Yet the path permitted no turning back, no abandonment of the journey once begun. For those who walked toward the kiln walked not merely through space but through commitment, each step forward representing a renewed choice to continue toward whatever ending or beginning awaited at the flame's heart. The Ashen One had gathered the Lords of Cinder, had defeated every challenge placed before them, had claimed the Dark Soul's blood from the corpse of a devoted knight, transformed by his quest into something monstrous. To turn away now would render all of that meaningless, though whether proceeding forward gave it meaning or simply compounded, the futility remained unclear. The kiln itself, when the transitional spaces finally gave way to arrival, was simultaneously familiar and alien, a place that seemed to exist in multiple times at once, showing layers of its own history superimposed upon each other like images painted on transparent glass, and stacked until the accumulated weight created something approaching opacity. This was the kiln, as it had been when Gwyn first sacrificed himself, pristine and terrible in its purpose. This was the kiln, as it had been after countless linkings, scarred by the passage of souls and the burning of essence. This was the kiln as it existed now, at the edge of final failure, worn down by the weight of ages and the exhaustion of a flame that had burned for far too long. The architecture spoke to its singular purpose, every element of its design oriented toward the center, where the first flame burned or guttered or struggled to maintain existence against the entropy that claimed all things eventually. There were no decorations here, no attempts to beautify or soften what this place represented. It was purely functional, a machine designed for the transformation of souls into fuel, for the conversion of identity and consciousness into mere energy to feed hungry flames. The approach to the flame's heart required passage through a courtyard or arena that had witnessed more sacrifices than could be easily counted, where the ash of Lords of Cinder from ages past had accumulated in layers deep enough to muffle footsteps, where the very stone had been marked by countless final battles and ultimate surrenders. This was sacred ground in the most literal and terrible sense, made holy, not through blessing, but through the accumulated weight of martyrdom, through the density of meaning that comes from being the location where so many had made their final choices. And standing between the approaching Ashen One and the flame itself, waiting as it had waited for every would-be Lord of Cinder across all the ages of fire, was the soul of Cinder, that amalgamation of every being who had ever successfully linked the flame, their essences combined into something that was simultaneously all of them and none of them. A guardian that was also monument to everything the cycle had consumed. The soul of Cinder possessed no individual identity, no personality or purpose beyond the defense of the flame and the testing of those who would approach it. Yet it contained within itself the fighting styles and techniques of every lord who had burned, manifesting them in sequence or combination, wielding weapons and magics that spanned the full history of the Age of Fire. To fight the soul of Cinder was to fight against history itself, to face the accumulated martial knowledge of ages compressed into a single opponent who could shift between styles with a fluidity that transcended normal adaptation. The figure that stood in the courtyard was humanoid, in shape but indistinct in detail, wreathed in flames that obscured more than they revealed, suggesting form without committing to any specific appearance. It wore armor that seemed to be made from the flame itself, or perhaps from ash that had been compressed and shaped, its surface constantly shifting as the souls within competed for momentary dominance, as different lords' essences briefly manifested before being subsumed back into the whole. The battle that began when the soul of Cinder registered the Ashen One's presence was unlike any previous conflict, for this was not merely combat against a powerful opponent, but rather a confrontation with the cycle itself, with everything that the linking of the fire had created and consumed across its long existence. Each strike the soul of Cinder delivered carried within it the weight of all the sacrifices that had come before. Each technique it demonstrated represented someone who had stood exactly where the Ashen One stood, and had chosen to burn rather than let the flame die. The soul of Cinder fought with a great sword wreathed in flame, its strikes combining raw power with refined technique that spoke to centuries of practiced skill. It could shift in moments to sorceries that had been developed in kingdoms now forgotten, spells that drew upon understanding of souls and magic that later ages had lost or abandoned. It wielded miracles that called upon the power of gods who no longer existed in any meaningful sense, lightning that echoed Gwyn's original might. It could transform its weapon into a curved blade and adopt fighting styles that suggested influences from across the full span of human and divine martial development. Most terrible and beautiful of all was when the soul of Cinder adopted a particular fighting style, when it wielded its greatsword in patterns that any who had fought alongside or against Gwyn himself would have recognized instantly. This was not merely imitation or homage, but the actual technique of the Lord of Sunlight, preserved within the amalgamation, and brought forth to face new challenges, just as Gwyn himself had faced the dragons in the war that began the Age of Fire. When this happened, when Gwyn's fighting style manifested, the music changed, the combat taking on an elegiac quality that spoke to loss and nobility, and the tragedy of purposes pursued beyond the point where they could bring anything but sorrow. This was not Gwyn himself returned, or even a ghost of the god who had sacrificed himself, but rather an echo so perfect that the distinction between echo and original became meaningless in the moment of its expression. The combat pushed both warriors to their absolute limits, demanding perfection in timing and execution, requiring adaptation to fighting styles that shifted between forms faster than conscious thought could track. The Ashen One drew upon everything they had learned across their journey, every technique they had mastered through countless deaths and resurrections, every adaptation they had developed through combat against the Lords of Cinder, and all the other threats that had stood between them and this moment. The battle was exhausting beyond mere physical fatigue, draining not just strength and stamina, but something deeper, something that existed at the level where purpose interfaces with action, where determination becomes translated into continued motion despite every reason to surrender or flee. This was what the cycle demanded of those who would link the fireproof that they possessed. Not merely the power to serve as adequate fuel, but the will to continue burning, even when burning accomplished nothing beyond its own continuation. Yet for all the soul of Cinder's power and its perfect execution of techniques drawn from ages of accumulated martial wisdom, it could not overcome the fundamental advantage that the Ashen One possessed the benefit of having learned from every previous attempt, of standing upon the accumulated knowledge of all those who had fought this battle before. The soul of Cinder was memory given form, but memory without adaptation, history without evolution, fighting patterns that had worked in past ages, but that could be learned and countered by one who had the determination to persist through repeated failure until success was achieved. When the soul of Cinder finally fell, when its form collapsed into the ash from which it had been constructed, the fall was not dramatic or accompanied by the kind of climactic moments that stories tend to demand. It simply ceased. The flame that had given it cohesion and purpose guttering out, the souls that had been bound into its creation dispersing back to whatever state they naturally occupied when not compelled into service as guardian. What remained was only ash. More layers added to the accumulated deposits that covered the courtyard's ancient stone. The path to the first flame stood open, unguarded now by anything except the question of what to do when reaching it, the choice that had been approaching across the entire journey and that could no longer be postponed or avoided. The flame itself was visible now, no longer obscured by distance or guardians, revealed as something simultaneously magnificent and pathetic, terrible and desperate, the source of all disparity and the prisoner of a cycle that had transformed gift into curse. The first flame burned low, guttering in its brazier or kiln or whatever vessel had been constructed to contain it across the ages, its light dim and weak compared to what it must have been when it first appeared in the grey world. This was a flame that was dying, that had been dying for ages beyond counting, sustained only through the sacrifice of souls that were themselves diminished and exhausted by the world the flame had created. It flickered and wavered, threatening to go out entirely, desperately hungry for fuel that would allow it to burn bright again, even if only temporarily. Yet there was still power here, still the fundamental force that had introduced disparity to existence, that had made possible everything from the Age of Fire's brightest achievements to its darkest cruelties. The flame was weak, but it was not yet dead, could still be fed if one chose to make that sacrifice, could still be rekindled for another age if sufficient soul strength was offered to its hunger. Standing before the flame meant confronting the full weight of the choice that had been approaching since the Ashen One rose from their grave in the cemetery of ash. 4 paths presented themselves, 4 different ways of responding to the flame's weakness and the cycle's exhaustion, each representing a different philosophy about endings and beginnings and whether anything that had been built across the Age of Fire was worth preserving. The first and most traditional path was to link the fire as Gwyn had done, as countless Lords of Cinder had done across all the ages that followed. This meant offering oneself to the flame completely, feeding it with the accumulated souls the Ashen One had gathered, allowing the fire to consume identity and consciousness and everything that made the choice meaningful in order to preserve the age for one more cycle. It was the path of duty and tradition, the choice that all the prophecies and preparations had been designed to encourage, the solution that required no innovation or imagination, but merely the willingness to sacrifice. To link the fire would mean becoming like all the lords who had come before, adding one's essence to the soul of Cinder that would test future challenges, perpetuating the cycle for another span of time, whose length would depend entirely on how strong one's soul proved to be as fuel. It would preserve the world as it existed, maintain the kingdoms and peoples and structures that had been built during the Age of Fire, prevent the immediate collapse into darkness that the flame's death would bring. But it would solve nothing, change nothing, address none of the fundamental problems that had led to this moment of crisis. The flame would fade again, just as it had faded after every previous linking, and some future being would need to make this same choice, would need to offer themselves as fuel to extend an age that grew more exhausted with each repetition. The ashen wasteland revealed beneath Filianor's seal suggested that no amount of linking could prevent the eventual conclusion, that all the sacrifice and suffering only postponed what could not ultimately be avoided. The second path was to let the flame die at last, to refuse the linking and allow the Age of Fire to end naturally, as it should have ended when Gwyn first discovered the flame was fading. This was the path of acceptance, of acknowledging that all things must end, and that clinging to what has outlived its time brings only suffering and corruption. It meant facing the unknown future that would follow the flame's death, accepting the Age of Dark that Gwyn had feared so desperately, trusting that what came after might be different and perhaps better than what came before. The Firekeeper could perform the ritual for this ending, could accept the flame into herself and then extinguish it gently rather than allowing it to simply burn out. Her visions spoke of tiny flames in the distance, small lights that might kindle in the darkness once the first flame's overwhelming presence was removed, suggesting that the Age of Dark would not be absolute absence of light, but rather a different kind of illumination, more distributed and less demanding of sacrifice. To choose this path meant trusting that humanity could survive and perhaps flourish in the darkness that was their birthright, that the fragments of the dark soul they carried would prove sufficient for whatever age followed. It meant releasing the world from the cycle that had trapped it, allowing natural change and evolution rather than the forced preservation through sacrifice. It was the path of faith in unknown futures rather than desperate clinging to familiar pasts. Yet it also meant accepting that everything built during the Age of Fire would be lost, that the kingdoms and achievements and accumulated wisdom would pass away as the flame that had made them possible died. It meant trusting that what came after would justify what was lost, that the Age of Dark would be gentle rather than terrible, that humanity's nature was not the corruption Gwyn had feared, but something that could sustain civilization and consciousness without fire's light. The third path was more radical still, offering not merely acceptance of ending or continuation of tradition, but rather transformation of the entire relationship between humanity and flame. This was the path of usurpation, prepared through rituals and oaths sworn to Londor's mysterious leaders, requiring that the Ashen One have undergone the process of hollowing fully, have accepted the loss of humanity, while maintaining purpose and consciousness through sheer determination. To usurp the flame meant taking it not as fuel burns, but as one claims property, asserting dominion over the force that had defined the age, rather than submitting to its demands or allowing its death. It meant becoming the Lord of Hollows, a being who would rule not through divine mandate or prophecy, but through the accumulated strength of all those hollow warriors who had maintained enough will to bind themselves to a purpose, despite having lost the humanity that should have made purpose possible. This path suggested that the false dichotomy between Age of Fire and Age of Dark could be transcended, that humanity could claim the flame for themselves rather than allowing it to rule them or letting it die. It promised an end to the curse of undeath, the marks that had branded humans with Gwyn's fear finally removed, as humanity took control of the force that had created those brands. It offered a future where humans would no longer be victims of cycles created by gods who feared them, but would instead be masters of their own destiny. Yet the usurpation was itself a form of linking, albeit one performed through different means and for different purposes. It preserved the flame rather than letting it die, maintained its existence rather than accepting its natural ending. Whether this represented genuine transformation of the cycle or merely a different form of the same desperate clinging to what should be released remained deeply ambiguous, a question without clear answer. The fourth path was darkest and most disturbing, requiring not merely rejection of traditional linkings but active betrayal of the one who would help facilitate the flame's gentle death. If the Firekeeper performed her ritual, if she accepted the flame and prepared to extinguish it, the Ashen One could strike her down in that moment of vulnerability, killing her and claiming the first flame's remnant for themselves alone. This betrayal offered no clear purpose or philosophy beyond the hoarding of power, the refusal to share even the ending with another being, the ultimate selfishness of claiming the flame's last ember while denying all others any role in determining what came next. It was the path of desperation without hope, of clinging to power without purpose, of refusing every choice offered, while providing no alternative beyond possession of what remained. Yet even this darkest path suggested something about the nature of choice itself. The fact that even at the ending of ages, even when only exhausted options remained, beings could still assert will and agency in ways that transcended prescribed paths. That the betrayal was possible meant that neither prophecy nor tradition nor any philosophical framework could completely constrain what one might choose when standing before the flame. Each path carried consequences that extended beyond the immediate choice, ripples that would affect not merely the Ashen One, but every being whose existence depended on the flame's fate, or whose nature was shaped by the relationship between fire and dark. Each represented a different answer to questions about endings and beginnings, about whether preservation or release or transformation or something else entirely was the appropriate response to a cycle that had demonstrably failed. The choice itself could not be made through pure reason or moral calculation, for each path possessed both justifications and costs that defied easy weighing against each other. This was not a problem that had correct solutions, but rather a situation that demanded decision despite inadequate information and uncertain outcomes, where action was required, even when all actions led to consequences that mixed benefit and harm in proportions impossible to predict. Standing before the first flame, having defeated the soul of Cinder and earned the right to make this choice through combat and perseverance, the Ashen One faced the question that had been approaching since the moment they rose from ash and began their impossible quest. Would they link the fire and perpetuate the cycle? Would they let it die and trust in the Age of Dark? Would they usurp the flame and transform the relationship between humanity and disparity? Would they betray even the ending and claim the ember for purposes unknown? The flame flickered and waited, caring nothing for philosophy or morality, desiring only fuel to continue burning, or permission to finally die. The choice belonged entirely to the one who stood before it, to the Ashen One who had been raised from failure and given purpose through the desperate needs of a cycle approaching its final crisis. No prophecy could determine what they would choose. No tradition could compel their decision. No divine will could override their agency in this moment that had been purchased through suffering and determination across a journey that had taken them from the cemetery of ash to the kiln, where everything had begun. The weight of ages pressed down upon the decision, the accumulated sacrifices and sufferings of countless beings who had lived and died under the Age of Fire's long twilight, whose choices had been constrained by cycles they did not create and could not escape. The ashen wasteland waited in the future, the terminal exhaustion that all linkings merely postponed. The tiny flames flickered in the Firekeeper's visions, promises of a different kind of light, if only the first flame was allowed to die. Londor's hollow legions waited for a lord who would claim the flame rather than burning for it or extinguishing it. And through it all, the flame continued its weak burning, desperate and pathetic, and still somehow terrible in the power it represented, still capable of consuming or being consumed, still the source of all distinction and all suffering that distinction had created. The choice remained, suspended in the moment before decision, all possibilities still alive, all futures still possible, the ending that would become beginning or simply ending, waiting for the hand that would reach forward and determine which path the world would take into whatever came after this long, exhausted age of fire had finally concluded. The story that unfolds across the journey from ash to flame, from the cemetery where failed fuel rises to the kiln where successful sacrifices burn away, is not merely a tale of kingdoms and gods and the struggles between light and darkness. It is something deeper and more troubling. A meditation on themes that transcend the specific events and characters that give them form, questions about existence and meaning that persist regardless of how individual choices resolve or fail to resolve them. At its heart lies the question of cycles and their nature, the pattern of repetition that defines not merely the linking of the fire, but existence itself as the age of fire has shaped it. The cycle is both curse and structure, prison and the only framework within which meaning can be found, something to be broken, and something whose breaking might itself accomplish nothing beyond the replacement of one pattern with another, equally constraining. The linking cycle presents itself as solution to the problem of the flames fading, as heroic sacrifice that preserves what is good and prevents what is terrible. Yet the more one examines this cycle, the more its fundamental futility becomes apparent. Each linking buys time but solves nothing, merely postponing the moment when the flame will fade again and require new fuel. The world visible from Lothric and the world revealed beneath Filianor's seal demonstrate that no amount of linking prevents the eventual exhaustion, that all the sacrifice and suffering only delays what cannot ultimately be avoided. This futility raises profound questions about the nature of struggle itself and whether fighting against inevitable endings is noble or simply tragic. Whether the linking represents humanity at its most heroic or most deluded. The Lords of Cinder who burned themselves away accomplished something in the immediate sense of preserving the age for another span of time, yet the Ashen Wasteland suggests that all their sacrifice led ultimately to the same terminal exhaustion that would have arrived sooner if they had simply allowed the flame to die when it first began to fade. Yet perhaps futility is not the right lens through which to view these struggles, for meaning does not necessarily require permanent achievement or lasting victory. The Lords of Cinder chose their sacrifices knowing or at least suspecting that the age would fade again, that their burning would buy only temporary respite rather than permanent solution. Perhaps the choice to struggle, despite knowing the struggle is ultimately futile, represents something profound about consciousness and will, about the decision to assert meaning through action even when that action cannot change fundamental outcomes. The cycle also reveals truths about how systems perpetuate themselves through the very attempts to escape them, how resistance can become incorporation, how even refusal can be transformed into fuel for continuation. Prince Lothric refused his duty, and the cycle responded by resurrecting failed fuel to compel him, transforming his rejection into yet another demonstration of the system's inexorable demands. The Abyss Watchers fought against darkness and became lords who burned, their resistance to one fate leading directly into another that was perhaps no better. This suggests that the cycle possesses a kind of intelligence, or at least a momentum that transcends any individual's capacity to resist it, that the Age of Fire has developed mechanisms to perpetuate itself that operate at levels beyond conscious choice or will. The prophecies that guide would-be heroes, the traditions that honor sacrifice, the very structure of how power and souls function in this world. All of it serves to channel beings toward the linking, regardless of their personal desires or philosophical objections. Yet the existence of multiple endings, the fact that one standing before the flame can choose paths other than linking, suggests that the cycle's hold is not absolute, that even systems that seem inexorable contain within themselves possibilities for transformation, or at least for refusal that is not immediately recaptured. The choice to let the flame die or to usurp it or even to betray the ending represents agency that the cycle cannot completely eliminate. Moments where individual will can assert itself against accumulated weight of ages and expectations. Underlying all questions about cycles is the deeper question of whether breaking them is possible, or whether every apparent break is simply replacement of one pattern with another, whether true escape exists, or whether existence itself is necessarily cyclical in ways that transcend any specific instantiation. The age of dark that follows the flame's death might simply be another age that will eventually require its own sacrifices and face its own exhaustion. The usurpation might create new forms of bondage to replace old ones. Even the painted world represents escape into another cycle, rather than freedom from cyclicality itself. The gods who shaped the Age of Fire and created the cycle of linking were motivated fundamentally by fear, by Gwyn's terror of the darkness that would follow his light's fading, by the inability to accept that what had been built might need to end to make room for what would come after. This fear transformed legitimate concern about unknown futures into tyranny justified through propaganda about darkness being inherently evil and light inherently good. Gwyn's original sin was not the war against the dragons, or even the linking of the fire itself, but rather the decision to imprison humanity's birthright, to seal away the dark soul and mark humanity with curses that would ensure they feared their own nature. This choice revealed the fundamental dishonesty at the Age of Fire's heart, the lie that light was good and dark was evil when in truth both were simply aspects of disparity, neither inherently better or worse than the other, except in the evaluation of those who benefited from one and feared the other. The ringed city stands as monument to this lie. Beautiful prison built from fear disguised as gift, walls that contained rather than protected, seals that bound rather than honored. Everything about the city's construction and purpose speaks to the lengths that fear can drive even the mightiest, the cruelties that can be justified through appeals to necessity and protection when what is really being protected is not people, but rather systems that benefit those in power. Yet the gods' lies were not merely cynical manipulations, but rather grew from genuine fear that was perhaps not entirely unjustified, even if the response to that fear was wrong. Gwyn had witnessed the power of the dark soul, had seen what Manas's broken humanity could do to entire kingdoms, had understood that the age built on light and disparity would necessarily end if darkness was allowed to claim its birthright. His fear was not baseless paranoia, but rather response to real threats, albeit threats that he interpreted through the lens of his own nature and desires. This complexity makes judgment difficult, for while the imprisonment of humanity and the lies about darkness were clearly wrong in moral terms, they emerged from situations where the gods faced genuine dilemmas about how to preserve what they valued against forces they did not understand. The tragedy is not merely that they chose wrongly, but that they were never willing to consider that endings might be acceptable, that their age passing away might not be catastrophe, but simply change. The propaganda about darkness being evil and light being good became so thoroughly integrated into the Age of Fire's cultures that even humans learned to fear their own nature, to see the fragments of the dark soul within them as curses rather than birthrights, to police themselves more effectively than any external force could have managed. The dark sign became mark of shame rather than symbol of what made humans distinct from gods. Hollowing became ultimate fear rather than merely one possible ending among many. This internalization of divine propaganda represents perhaps the most successful aspect of Gwyn's plan to control humanity, for it meant that even when physical prisons failed and seals weakened, humans would maintain their own imprisonment through fear and self-hatred. The curse of undeath functioned as much through psychological mechanisms as through magical ones, creating suffering that convinced humans to participate in their own oppression. Yet even this thorough indoctrination could not completely eliminate humanity's capacity to question the narratives they had been taught, to wonder whether darkness might be something other than evil, to imagine ages that did not depend on light's preservation through sacrifice. The Sable Church of Londor, for all its ambiguous purposes and questionable methods, represented at minimum the possibility of humans claiming agency over their own fate, refusing the role of victims or fuel that the Age of Fire had assigned them. The revelation that darkness is not inherently evil or corrupting, but rather simply humanity's natural essence, carries profound implications for everything the Age of Fire has built and taught. If the dark soul is not curse but birthright, if the abyss is not darkness itself, but rather darkness broken and corrupted by attempts to suppress it, if the Age of Dark might be gentle rather than terrible, then every sacrifice made to preserve the Age of Fire becomes questionable in ways that undermine the entire structure of meaning that the cycle has created. Humanity's true nature, as bearers of the Dark Soul's fragments, is to be dark not in the sense of evil or absence, but in the sense of preservation and endurance, of patience that transcends the flame's urgency, of essence that does not depend on external light for its existence or value. The darkness within humans is what makes them human rather than hollow, what gives them capacity for all the experiences and achievements that the Age of Fire celebrated, while simultaneously fearing the source from which those capacities emerged. This darkness is not opposed to light in any absolute sense, but rather exists in creative tension with it, the two together forming the disparity that makes existence interesting and meaningful, rather than the grey stasis of the age before fire. The tragedy is not that darkness and light both exist, but rather that the Age of Fire tried to eliminate one in favor of the other, tried to make permanent what was meant to be balanced and cyclical, tried to prevent the natural rhythm of ages succeeding each other in favor of desperate preservation of a single state. The question of what an Age of Dark would actually be like remains fundamentally unanswerable within the context of the story itself, for the Age of Fire has lasted so long and has so thoroughly shaped existence that imagining alternatives has become nearly impossible. The Firekeeper's visions of tiny flames in the distance suggest something gentler than the apocalyptic scenarios that Gwyn's propaganda predicted, but whether those visions are accurate or simply hopeful cannot be determined without allowing the Age of Dark to actually arrive. This uncertainty about what follows the flame's death is itself significant, for it reveals how thoroughly the cycle has trapped existence within its own logic, how completely it has made alternatives unimaginable, and therefore made its own continuation seem inevitable. The inability to envision what might come after serves the cycle's continuation as effectively as any seal or curse, ensuring that fear of the unknown will drive beings to preserve the known, even when the known has become exhausted and corrupt. Yet perhaps this unknowability is not entirely negative, for it also represents possibility, potential for genuinely new arrangements that do not simply repeat patterns from ages past. The Age of Dark might be terrible as Gwyn feared, or gentle as the Firekeeper's visions suggest, or something that transcends the dichotomy entirely, something that cannot be predicted because it would emerge from fundamentally different principles than those that have governed existence under Fire's light. The curse of undeath that defines so much of human experience during the Age of Fire represents one of the cycle's cruelest mechanisms, transforming death from natural ending into source of persistent suffering, from release into renewed imprisonment. Those who bear the dark sign cannot die properly, cannot find rest in the cycle that Nito introduced, but instead must rise again and again, each death diminishing them, each resurrection bringing them closer to the hollow state where identity and purpose are lost completely. This curse reveals the fundamental dishonesty of the linking cycle, for it demonstrates that the Age of Fire's preservation requires not merely the sacrifice of those who burn as fuel, but the suffering of countless others who bear the marks of Gwyn's fear and whose existence is defined by Nay's struggle against their own nature. The undead are not merely tragic figures, but evidence of the Age of Fire's moral bankruptcy, proof that the system demands suffering from those least able to understand or consent to what is being demanded of them. Hollowing itself, that gradual loss of humanity and purpose that claims the undead eventually, is perhaps the most insidious aspect of the curse, for it transforms beings with identity and consciousness into empty shells that shamble without direction or desire. The hollow are not dead in any meaningful sense, for they continue to move and react to stimuli, but they have lost everything that made their existence valuable to themselves, becoming creatures that exist without living, that persist without purpose. Yet there is strange mercy in hollowing as well, for it represents at minimum an ending to the suffering that conscious undeath brings, a release from the burden of identity and choice, even if it is release into something that resembles existence only in the most technical sense. Those who hollow completely no longer struggle against the curse, no longer suffer from the repeated deaths and diminishments, simply are in a state that resembles the hollows who existed before the first flame granted purpose and consciousness to the grey world's empty beings. The question of whether existence without meaning is preferable to non-existence cannot be answered in any universal sense, varying with individual circumstances and values in ways that defy generalization. Some hollow might prefer their empty persistence to the oblivion that true death would bring, while others might see their state as torment, worse than any ending. The curse removes the possibility of choosing, forcing continuation regardless of whether continuation remains desirable. The fact that purpose can delay hollowing but not prevent it creates perverse incentives throughout the world, encouraging beings to find or create meaning, not because meaning is intrinsically valuable, but because it serves as temporary defense against the inevitable loss of self. This transforms even the most noble purposes into desperate attempts to maintain identity against entropy, making it difficult to distinguish genuine devotion from simple fear of what hollowing represents. Yet, perhaps this desperation does not diminish the value of purposes pursued while identity remains. Perhaps struggle against hollowing is itself meaningful regardless of whether it ultimately succeeds or fails. The undead who find causes to serve or goals to pursue demonstrate that even in a world designed to grind down identity and consciousness, beings can assert will and create value through their actions, if only temporarily. The painted world represents a different kind of response to the Age of Fire's exhaustion, not continuation through linking or acceptance, through allowing the flame to die, but rather escape into alternative realities that exist outside the cycle's direct control. These pocket dimensions created through art and will offer refuge to those who can no longer bear existence in the world that fire has made, spaces where different rules might apply and where the cycle's demands might not reach. Yet the painted worlds are not truly separate from the problems they seek to escape, for they are created from the same elements and principles that define existence in the primary world, and they face their own forms of decay and corruption that parallel the exhaustion visible outside. Ariandel's refusal to burn his painted world mirrors Lothric's refusal to link the fire, both representing unwillingness to accept that what has been created must eventually end to make room for renewal. The painted girl's request for pigment, made from the dark soul, suggests that perhaps a painted world created from humanity's birthright rather than from fire's light might avoid the patterns that have trapped existence in cycles of exhaustion and desperate preservation. Whether such a world would truly be different, or would simply recreate familiar problems in unfamiliar contexts, remains uncertain, but the possibility represents at minimum hope that alternatives exist beyond the choices between linking and letting die. The very existence of painted worlds demonstrates that reality is more malleable than the cycle would suggest, that creation is possible through means other than the first flame's disparity, that refuge can be found or made even when the primary world seems to offer only exhausted options. This malleability suggests that the Age of Fire's apparent inevitability is itself partly illusion, that existence has more possibilities than the cycle has allowed beings to imagine or pursue. Throughout the journey from Cemetery of Ash to Kiln of the First Flame, from the Dreg Heap to the ashen wasteland beneath Filianor's broken seal, the story returns again and again to questions about the value of struggle itself, when struggle cannot change fundamental outcomes, cannot prevent inevitable conclusions, cannot preserve what is valued against the weight of ages and entropy. Every character who appears in this tale struggles in their own way against limitations they cannot overcome, fighting battles they cannot win, pursuing purposes that will ultimately fail. Yet perhaps the futility is not the point, or not the only point, for the story also demonstrates repeatedly that the choice to struggle, despite futility, can itself carry meaning, can represent assertion of will and consciousness against a universe that tends toward entropy and dissolution. The Lords of Cinder burn knowing or suspecting that their sacrifice would only postpone rather than prevent the age's ending. Yet they burned anyway, because the choice itself mattered to them regardless of outcome. This suggests a kind of existential courage that transcends rational calculation of costs and benefits, that finds meaning in action itself rather than in achievements that persist beyond the moment of acting. The Ashen One rises from failed fuel and pursues the Lords of Cinder, not because doing so will solve the fundamental problems, but because the pursuit itself creates purpose, gives shape to existence that would otherwise be formless. The beauty of struggle might lie not in what it accomplishes, but in what it demonstrates about the one who struggles, about the capacity of consciousness to assert itself against indifference and futility, about the decision to create meaning through action, even when meaning cannot be found through contemplation of what actions achieve. This is a hard beauty, offering no comfort and promising no rewards beyond the struggle itself, but it is perhaps the only beauty available in a world where all permanent achievements have been revealed as illusions. Yet there is also danger in romanticizing struggle, in finding beauty in suffering that might simply be suffering without redeeming qualities, in transforming futility into something noble when it might simply be futile. The cycle has relied upon exactly this romanticization to perpetuate itself, convincing beings that their sacrifices serve higher purposes, when those sacrifices might accomplish nothing beyond feeding a system that demands regular fuel to maintain its existence. The question becomes how to distinguish between struggles that genuinely create meaning and those that merely perpetuate suffering, between purposes worth pursuing despite futility and purposes that should be abandoned precisely because they are futile. The story offers no clear answers to these questions, presenting instead a range of choices and allowing each being to determine for themselves where meaning lies and whether particular struggles justify their costs. The journey through kingdoms that have risen and fallen, through the accumulated ruins of ages that have been and are no more, serves as reminder that everything built will eventually crumble, that no achievement persists forever, that even the mightiest works are ultimately temporary. This awareness of impermanence might lead to despair and meaninglessness, to the conclusion that if nothing lasts, then nothing matters. That action is pointless when its results cannot endure. Yet the same awareness might lead instead to deeper appreciation for what exists in the moment, to recognition that meaning does not require permanence, that the temporary can be valuable precisely because it is temporary. The kingdoms that rose and fell across the Age of Fire were real while they existed. The lives lived within them were genuine, even though they ended. The purposes pursued by countless beings were meaningful to them regardless of whether those purposes achieved lasting results. This acceptance of impermanence, without surrendering to nihilism, represents perhaps the most difficult philosophical achievement the story gestures toward: the capacity to act with full commitment and investment, while simultaneously acknowledging that what one builds will crumble, what one achieves will be lost, what one values will eventually pass away. It requires holding together contradictions that resist easy resolution, maintaining hope without denying futility, creating meaning while accepting meaninglessness. The Ashen Wasteland at Time's End demonstrates where all linkings ultimately lead. What becomes of the world when the cycle has repeated too many times, and exhaustion claims everything that fire once illuminated? Yet even that terminal state is not quite absolute ending, for consciousness still exists to witness it, for Gael still pursues his quest through the grey sand, for the Ashen One still makes the journey and still faces choice about how to respond to the flames fading. This persistence of consciousness and choice, even at the ending, suggests that perhaps endings are never quite as final as they appear, that even terminal states contain within themselves possibilities for new beginnings, that the capacity for beings to create meaning through their choices persists, as long as consciousness itself persists. The wasteland is exhausted but not quite empty, dying but not quite dead, offering nothing but not quite nothing. The story leaves unresolved the question of whether this persistence represents hope or simply prolongation of suffering that should be allowed to end cleanly, whether the continuation of consciousness in exhausted worlds is gift or curse. Like so many questions the narrative raises, this one admits no universal answer, varying with circumstances and perspectives in ways that make definitive judgment impossible. What remains, finally, is the choice that each being must make when standing before the flame, or its equivalent, when facing the question of whether to perpetuate, or end, or transform or betray the systems and cycles that have shaped existence. The story provides no guidance about which choice is correct, no clear indication of which path leads to better outcomes, offering instead only the weight of themes and questions, and the understanding that choice itself, regardless of what is chosen, represents the final assertion of meaning available to consciousness, facing its own limits, and the limits of the world it inhabits. And so our journey through the dying embers comes to its quiet close. Like a flame finally allowed to gutter and fade into peaceful darkness, we have walked through kingdoms that rose and fell, through cycles that repeated beyond counting, through the very end of a world that refused to die with dignity. Whether you choose to link the fire one final time, to let it fade at last, to claim it for humanity, or to betray even that final choice, all paths lead to the same truth. Everything ends. Even gods, even cycles, even time itself eventually runs down to ash and silence. But in that ending lies a strange comfort. The struggles of those who came before, the ringed knights guarding a lie, Gale seeking pigment for a gentler world. Even Gwyn's original fear, all of it finds rest eventually. The cycle breaks not with a grand climax, but with a weary acceptance that some things should be allowed to end. The Age of Fire burned bright once, when the first flame brought disparity to a grey world. when distinction and difference made existence meaningful after ages of unchanging stasis. It was beautiful in its beginnings, necessary even, the force that allowed consciousness and purpose to emerge from hollow emptiness. But beauty does not exempt things from ending, and necessity does not make them eternal. The linking was always a postponement rather than a solution, a desperate attempt to freeze time at a moment that pleased those in power, to prevent the natural succession of ages that had been written into existence from the moment disparity first appeared. Each sacrifice bought years or decades or centuries, but the price grew steeper with each repetition while the returns diminished, until finally even prophecy failed, and the system resorted to resurrecting those who had already burned once. The revelation beneath Filianor's seal showed what all the linking had truly accomplished. Not preservation but prolongation, not salvation but the transformation of graceful decline into exhausted persistence, the terminal wasteland, where everything had already ended while the illusion of continuation was maintained through increasingly desperate means. That ashen desert under its dying sun was not a future to be prevented, but a present that had already arrived, hidden behind temporal manipulations and willing blindness. Yet even in that wasteland, even at the absolute end, consciousness persisted, and choice remained. Gale pursued his quest through the grey sand. The Ashen One made their journey and faced their decision, and the painted girl waited for pigment that might create something cold and dark and very gentle. The capacity for action and meaning did not end simply because the world had exhausted itself, did not surrender simply because continuation had become difficult beyond measure. This persistence suggests something profound about consciousness and will, about the strange resilience of beings who can create purpose even in purposeless landscapes, who can assert meaning even when meaning finds no support in the structures around them. Perhaps this capacity is itself the true gift that the first flame brought. Not the light, or the warmth, or the kingdoms that rose in its glow, but rather the fundamental ability to choose and act and create significance through choice, even when all external sources of significance have failed. The gods who shaped the Age of Fire made terrible mistakes born from understandable fears, imprisoned humanity's birthright because they could not accept that their age was meant to pass, created cycles of suffering that stretched across eons, because letting go seemed worse than any amount of sacrifice. Yet their mistakes were human in the deepest sense. The errors that consciousness makes when it cannot bear the weight of its own temporality, when it seeks permanence in a universe that offers only change. Perhaps there is no correct choice waiting at the kiln, no path that is objectively better than the others, no decision that will be vindicated by outcomes observable from any position within time. Perhaps the choice matters, not because of what it accomplishes, but because making it represents the final assertion of agency available to beings who have traversed a broken world and earned, through suffering, the right to determine how. Their story concludes. The linking perpetuates, the ending allows, the usurpation transforms, the betrayal hoards. Each choice creates its own consequences that ripple forward into futures that cannot be perfectly predicted or controlled. Each represents different values about what matters and what should be preserved or allowed to pass. Each is simultaneously right and wrong depending on the framework used to evaluate it. What we can say with certainty is that the Age of Fire has lasted long enough, that the cycle has repeated enough times, that the attempts to prevent natural succession have created enough suffering, that whatever comes next, whether rekindled age, or gentle dark, or humanity's rule, or something else entirely, deserves its chance to emerge and reveal what it will be. Rest now, in the knowledge that even the longest dark is still just sleep, and that from ash and endings perhaps something new and kinder might one day grow. The fire that brought disparity to a grey world taught existence how to change, how to be different from itself, how to become rather than merely be. That lesson persists, even if the fire that taught it finally dies. The ringed city crumbled to reveal its truth. The pygmy's gift was finally freed from Gwyn's cage. The dark soul proved to be not curse but birthright, not corruption, but humanity itself in its most concentrated form. The lies that sustained the age are breaking down along with the structures they justified, and whatever age follows will need to build its foundations on different principles, will need to find ways of organizing existence that do not require regular human sacrifice to maintain themselves. The painted girl waits with her brush and her canvas, ready to create a world that might avoid the mistakes that led to such exhaustion. Whether she succeeds or simply recreates familiar problems in new forms, whether her cold, dark, gentle world proves viable or collapses into its own corruptions, cannot be known until the attempt is made. But the attempt itself represents hope that alternatives exist, that consciousness can learn from the failures of past ages and apply that learning to the creation of futures that might be less cruel. Sleep comes gently to those who have fought long enough, who have struggled through impossible journeys and faced choices that admitted no perfect answers. The Ashen One's rest is earned through trials that would have broken lesser beings, through persistence in the face of futility, through the maintenance of purpose when all purposes seemed equally doomed to fail. Whatever they chose at the flame, the choice was theirs to make, and making it was itself achievement regardless of outcome. The kingdoms that fell will not rise again in the forms they held. The lords who burned will not return except as memories and echoes. The age that has passed beyond exhaustion into terminal decline will not be restored to the vitality it possessed in its youth. These losses are real and should be mourned, for they represent genuine endings of things that were valuable while they existed. Lives lived and purposes pursued that had meaning to those who experienced them. But loss and ending are not the same as failure or meaninglessness, and the conclusion of an age does not erase what that age contained or accomplished during its span. The Age of Fire brought consciousness and purpose to hollows who had shambled through grey stasis, created conditions where art and philosophy and all the highest achievements of civilization could flourish, gave countless beings the opportunity to live lives that mattered to them, even if those lives ended as all lives must. That it lasted too long, that its preservation required cruelties and sacrifices that should not have been demanded, that it finally exhausted itself beyond any hope of graceful recovery. These truths do not negate what came before, do not transform the age's accomplishments into illusions or its meanings into lies. They simply mark it as finished, as something that had its time, and whose time has passed. The cycle breaks or continues depending on choice, but either way something fundamental has shifted. Some threshold has been crossed that means even continuation would be different from what came before. The illusion of Filianor has shattered. The truth of the ringed city has been revealed. The exhaustion can no longer be hidden behind temporal manipulations and maintained fictions. Whatever follows must acknowledge these revelations, must build upon the understanding that the old ways have failed and that new approaches are necessary. And in the space between endings and beginnings, in the liminal moment when one age has concluded, but the next has not yet fully emerged, there exists a strange peace born from the suspension of all the demands and expectations that characterize the dying age. The struggle to link or not to link, to preserve or to allow passage, to fight against darkness or to embrace it. All these conflicts rest in the moment when choice has been made, but consequences have not yet fully manifested. This is the peace we offer you now. The gentle silence that comes when stories have been told and struggles have found whatever resolutions they were going to find. Let the weight of ages and the burden of impossible choices rest for a time. Let the ashen wasteland and the guttering flame and all the tragedies and beauties we have witnessed together fade into the background of consciousness as sleep approaches. The first flame fades, and in its dying light, let yourself drift into that same peaceful dark. Tomorrow may bring new fires or new forms of darkness, new cycles or genuine escapes from cyclicality. But tonight there is only the quiet ending of a story told, the gentle conclusion of a journey taken together through ruins and revelations, and the accumulated weight of ages that refuse to die gracefully. Sleep well, wanderer, in the knowledge that even stories of exhaustion and endings can be beautiful in their way, that even failed cycles and broken worlds contain within them evidence of consciousness asserting itself against indifference, creating meaning through choice, even when choice cannot change fundamental outcomes. The flame burns or fades according to decisions made at its altar, but either way, the story finds its rest. And in that rest, perhaps, lies the truest peace available to beings who have witnessed the end of fire and the truths that endings reveal.